last left it off, the party made a number of revelations through the Journal of Melody, and venturing onwards to go to the Shrine of the Staff, you were assaulted by a mind flayer who protected himself with some powerful magic and kept on summoning minions. However, thanks to some ingenious planning by Verity, she was able to bypass his defenses and turn him into a little rabbit, waiting 10 minutes of just the rabbit chasing of her chasing the rabbit around and her getting a few nips on the hands. The party unleashed everything they had against this rabbit, mercilessly slaughtering it. The party moved onwards into the shrine. You found the gorge with the Tarrasque at the very bottom of it. Proceeding onwards, you came across a lich who had just finished her rituals to remove the staff from its plateau. You also found the spirit of Cain. A little bit of back and forth happened until eventually Talion came to recognize her as Miriam, one of Melody's traveling partners. In it, he revealed that, well, he was shocked that she had died. He was encased in a spherical ball of energy, and barring the way, Miriam attacked you and unleashed her true power, which incidentally revolved in the temporary death of Verity. However, Korgrin was able to bring her back. An intense battle happened, with some very close calls. However, Bellatrix was able to knock the staff out of her hands and kick it over to Korgrin. And once he picked it up, energy coursed through him, and with a single strike from the staff, was able to defeat Miriam, the Mistress of Madness. A couple of seconds passed, however, for Korgrin it was longer, as his mind was pulled inside the staff to a very nice chat, where he revealed some truths and information was kept from Cain, as it was an older version of himself. Upon returning to the physical world, he went to put the staff back in. However, it was too late. The Tarrasque had woken up, and it had already escaped and completely and utterly trashed the labyrinth. The party risked a lot trying to get their way out before the mountain collapsed around them. Once you managed to get your way out, you ascended the stairs of the broken battlements to see Arrabella in ruins. It was then Korgrin truly activated the power of the staff, dissipating Cain's spirit with an emotional goodbye. And he unleashed in magic the likes none of you had even seen before. The Tarrasque was imprisoned and sent into the bowels of the earth for a long, long time. 4 hours have passed since then. Tents have been constructed around the ruins of Arrabella, and the party has been given a rather lustrous tent, in which you have all been waiting inside, just resting, tending to yourselves. There's a lot of chatter, a lot of whispers outside the tent. And after those 4 hours, Korgrin finally stirs.
She said, I'm kidding. I am kidding. And Lesley knows what she's done, traitor.
Bear with just a moment. I've just got to go do dinner.
I deserve it. It's fine.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Why do you deserve it?
Really?
Uh-huh.
Oh dear.
She's leaving me. She's leaving me at work.
Oh no.
Blow
I'm
up,
sorry,
bitch.
man.
There's one person there I can probably have a conversation with, and now it's like, you're going, and now I'm gonna be stuck with what? Who? Raph?
All you two do is bitch about each other when you work together.
Exactly! That's what I need, Rich. That's what fills my soul.
Yeah, that's fair. I
People
can
have to
agree with
be
that.
nice to.
Yeah, you can kick me about and it's fine. Who are you going to kick
Yeah.
now? You're going to have
And
to find
then
someone else
Lesley
to
can
kick.
try and kick me about until I make her feel guilty and she regrets it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Are you going to a new job, Lesley, or?
I'm just joining a different CEX.
Fair enough.
Peace out.
Leaving me with fucking Matt and...
Could you not move too, Georgia? Then you could both be together again.
Yeah, come work with Stroud and me.
I don't want to take an hour and a half bus just to get to work.
Yeah, I must admit, I do
20-minute
think
train
Leslie's
ride.
insane.
20-minute train ride.
I don't want to get a train.
Hey.
Alright.
Plus, I doubt they would be looking for more people. Exactly. Yeah.
CEX is such a lovely place to work. They've never got staff shortages.
Stroud's actually a really nice store that they don't ever have Stroud shortages. That's why I took this job.
We're never going to see each other again.
We live 2 minutes away.
We're never going to see each other
Georgia,
again.
you live
I'm
like a
gonna
You can see her right now.
minutes.
I'll forget what you look like. And
Who's Lesley? Why am I playing an online campaign with her?
how did I meet this group again?
I thought that was more of Rich's belly, but it is his arm.
I mean, it's hard to tell.
I mean, when that's all you can see, yes.
I mean, to be fair, my belly is covered up, so if it's like skin, then it's not my belly.
Oh yeah, wink.
I mean, I could put my t-shirt over the camera. It seems excessive.
So, Korgrin, you've come to
Oh.
consciousness. Your body aches. The staff is beside you, and you sense no presence from it. It is, for all intents and purposes, dead. You see your party around you.
Where are we?
Turns out they actually did have tents after all, and we didn't need to sleep in that spiderweb place. Not that any of us did, except, yeah.
Verity
Didn't
very much
sleep.
enjoyed the spiderweb place.
Just existed in the spiderweb. Just, I was there. And Barnaby is great, so Barnaby? Barnabas?
It was
Barney
Barnaby,
was great.
and he's most likely dead.
Oh no!
Oh no! Oh,
Unfortunately,
Verity.
Unfortunately, Arrabella was completely destroyed.
You got eyebrows.
The only people who survived the blast were humanoids.
Ew.
Did
our slave survive?
They were humanoids, so
I was just about to ask if centaurs were humanoids.
Well, from what you saw, the bridge itself was just avoided, so it could have been that you haven't seen them, but it could have been that the your slaves, as it were, may have been able to run away in time.
Can we call them our buddies? I don't like calling them our slaves.
Buddies.
If we find them, we can free them, and then it will technically be true.
However, from
The
what you
buddies
guys,
for
aside from Korgrin, from what you guys saw, just as this these tents were being constructed by the new hole, pretty much all the driders have been wiped out, all the spiders as well, And that's pretty much what you got before you went inside the tent and have stayed here for a few hours.
How's my health looking?
You are on your previous HP. You were just completely and utterly exhausted. But I would consider this session to be a long rest before you get on your way. I promise you, unless you start anything, there won't be any combat.
I mean, I'm fine, so if I fancy killing off the party, now would be the best time to try it.
Please
I'd
don't.
like to
But I
see
don't.
you try.
Behave. Sneak attack. 66 now.
There are no allies within 5 foot if you're attacking us. You've got to hide from
Right.
all of us.
Look at all the curtains that are everywhere. I could easily hide.
Oh gee, I wonder what those feet are at the bottom of the curtain. Oh yeah, it's Rennas.
Also, guys,
I'll have you know.
I
My
can
stealth.
do- Okay.
Carry on, please.
I was just gonna say, conveniently now, I know how to do teleportation circle. So, I do feel like I need some chalk for that, though. I don't
We
know.
didn't
I
need the slaves
teleport
anyway.
so funny.
No, the centaur obviously wants to return him to his dad. The elf, I think, will probably.
I mean, I know we ended up buying a centaur, but the only reason we initially wanted to buy slaves was so that we could use the teleportation circle. Now Verity can just do it. We'd just like to come home. Yeah, we don't need you anymore. Bye. I suppose we could take them home first.
Can I just hug Verity? And be like,
So, Otti comes up to you, Verity, and just wraps her arms around you.
Mama, this is not the time nor the place.
shh!
Mama, no!
I'm enjoying the fact you're alive. Shut up.
I wish I was dead.
I'll hold her for another 30 seconds to make it even more awkward.
Every time you wish you were
Yeah.
Every time you wish you were
She's,
dead, the hug extends.
She's Otti is slightly sweaty, but it's
Sweaty hands.
it's motherly. It's all right in a weird way.
I don't understand this form of affection.
But you nearly died. Well, you did die. And then you came back. So we were all really worried.
It
And
just goes to show that I'm pretty much fucking immortal. You don't need to worry about me, jeez.
I mean, she didn't
Nothing
die like
can
I
kill
died.
me.
Let's not get carried away here.
She did literally die. Like dead. Gone.
Ah, yes.
If we didn't have him.
Yeah, okay, fine.
And yet here
Yeah,
I
sorry, I forgot
stand.
that already.
You can call me Jesus.
it's going to be like, shh, put my hand over her mouth and say, shh.
Thank
Shut
you,
up
Otti.
for a minute. Let us appreciate the fact you're alive before we kill you for being so loud and annoying.
I wish I knew the sleep spell.
You take enough points in wizardry, you study the arcane, and you just might.
Maybe one day. Let me get good with the bow first. Oh shit! Talking of which, Talion, throw him his oath bow.
Talion's not here.
Oh shit!
You just fucking
Okay.
throw it into this empty corner of the room. Just clang, clang.
Usually that works with summoning him.
Why?
He did escape with us, didn't he? He did. Yeah, because he helped me up when I fell down. 'cause
Yeah.
I was-
Yeah, he came out with us.
No, he basically he kind of
Probably
skulked off
avoiding
into the
the
shadows. He's kind of skulked off into the shadows as you guys were carrying Korgrin to the tent.
Okay.
He
I'll be
probably
like,
doesn't want to be noticed because, they don't like him here.
Yeah, pretty much. You guys are the center of attention right now, and he does not want to be part of that.
I mean, he's not liked as our party either, but he still wants to be noticed by us all the time.
I farted while you were carrying me.
I dropped you immediately. On your head.
Yeah, so I've still got the oath bow then, and I'll
Yes,
just be
yes,
like,
you have, yeah.
oh, he's actually left us, and I'll pop it back on my back, and now I look like a weirdo with some very strange wings.
If you could grow 2 extra arms, you could use them both at the same time.
Korgrin, you've got a whole bunch of knowledge swimming around in your head that you didn't have before. It's a little overwhelming in a way, but whereas before this kind of knowledge would have been a bit overwhelming, you just feel smarter.
quick, someone tell me to do a mathematical equation.
+2.
My
7
plus
minus 8.
2 too.
What is the square root of pi?
Pi is a never-ending
3.1468.
number, so you can't really find a solid square root for it.
I'm like looking for some food to try and
What's
find
the
like an
square
actual
root of
fruit pie.
69?
There is underdark
Hey.
fruit
Thanks
in
so
here.
much.
Nice. I mean, I've been out cold for a wee bit. Do we know if Ulara's back, or how many of the drow are actually still alive, or...
We haven't left
There's
this
a-
tent. We've just been looking after you.
There's a few of them, and considering that nobody in a lot of people died in Arrabella, but not as many as there would have been if Korgrin hadn't selected humanoids to be immune to the blast. So there's still enough for a community, but there's significantly less of them now.
I think it's fair to say that if Korgrin wakes up and he's like proven that he's not dead, I'd probably go and help with trying to find people and rescue people outside.
Okay. So, Otti, as bit of interference there. Who's that coming from?
It's Otti.
Explains why I can't hear it. I was like, I don't hear anything, but I've got it muted, obviously.
So, Otti, as Korgrin has come to consciousness and you're satisfied that he's not going to die, you go to leave the tent, and as you do, you are met with a sea of faces, all looking at you expectantly.
Are they like looking at me, or are they looking?
They are looking
like...
at you, yes, and they're silent, wide-eyed. All of them are drow.
I'm gonna like look back in the tent awkwardly, like for a moment, and then look back and like, I hope there's no one dying out there. There's other things you could be doing. Go.
Did she speak of the Lord? I don't know. A
Go
lot
and
of
help
whispers
your
start.
kin.
Our kin are being tended to, O Lord, our messenger of the great Lord. What is thou's command?
Oh,
Can
no.
I stick my head out of the tent and be like, can you give me like 50 gold worth of chalk, please? Thank you.
Somebody quick, get the 50 gold worth of chalk. Yes. And a bunch of people start rushing off.
Rennas will take advantage of this and step outside and go, you are commanded to immediately cease the practice of slavery.
Make a persuasion roll. That's a big one.
Also, I'd just like to point out that the minimum persuasion I can possibly roll...
You can still roll a 1, my dude.
Now, according to the official rulings, it even overruled nat ones. I didn't think Jack would let that slide. But it should be a 21 minimum.
It's not
23.
enough, man.
No, that's a fair.
You are
That's a
asking
try.
you are asking to redo their entire culture.
As they
You
should.
s-
They're
You,
bad.
s- you say that, but they're like, that's not the Lord. That's not the Lord.
How
When
much
I go back
of
to
this
sleep.
Oh, when
can
the
be
Taras comes
heard
back,
throughout, like,
don't
the rest
blame me.
of the tent?
Well, you can see everybody. You can see Otti, Verity, and Rennas just poking their heads out of the tent right now.
It's
and they
like
seem to be-
Scooby fucking Doo, where their bodies are all just
basically.
like, and the heads are going
Basically.
up.
I only
Yeah.
poked my head out quickly. I poked out, shouted whatever I needed, and then like
Came
I went
back
back
in.
inside. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out something.
What are you looking at?
Come and see. Stick your head outside this tent.
Ominous. I'll get up. Am I still in my armor, or have I been like
No, you've been
comfortably-
taken out of your armor. You're in
Okay.
you're in comfortableness at the moment. You're comfortably in
Comfort.
undergarments.
I helped
Okay.
undress you, Korgrin.
Hope you didn't cop a feel, mate.
Couldn't find
I'll
it.
pick up the staff and just kind of use it as a bit of a
Yes,
crutch.
I would say
and a
you
bit-
have Verity. Yeah.
Bit of a...
I'll give him a hand. Oh, I assumed we'd long rested. I have restored my health.
It's been 4 hours, but it doesn't matter. You can go ahead and have a long rest if you want.
Just part the tent a little and just stoop outside.
And as you stoop outside and show your face, the sea of faces disappears as they all drop to the ground and are groveling, face down in the dirt, heads between their hands, and they are just bowing before you.
Don't let this go to your head.
I just sigh that Korgrin's so special, and I just walk back inside now.
I mean, it doesn't really feel necessary, you know? Like, just a magic staff. Why are you prostrating yourselves?
Oh, hail, the vanquisher of the Tarask, the saviour of the Drow! Hail! Hail!
Doesn't really feel necessary. I mean, thank you for your reverence, but it's not really necessary. We would have done what any kind-hearted soul would have, I would hope. Have you heard word from those that went into the labyrinth? Have you seen or heard of Ulara yet?
Ulara has returned to her tent and is awaiting your presence, my lord. I wanted to say that to him. No, I wanted to say that to him. Shh. Don't embarrass yourselves in front of the new lord.
If you'd like, you can all say it, and then you've all said it.
I want Korgrin, Arrabella, and Otti to make Constitution saving throws as the rest of you are back inside the tent.
Ominous. And that's about right.
Alright, Otti, you
Here
maintain
comes
your
first.
feet. Korgrin and Arri, you are blown off your feet as the sound of hundreds of people start shouting, Ulara's in her tent! And it's just kind of like a train going boom.
Just a bit of tinnitus kicks
Well.
in.
Your ears are ringing slightly.
I'll stand up and then try and help Korgrin back to his feet.
Not quite how I expected the day to end, but better than us all being dead at the bottom of a gorge, no?
Definitely.
Can we not take advantage of the Drow? I know they're not, the most ethical, but still, there's abusing the power and then there's just making use of their kindness.
There's only
I
one. There's only one abusing that I'm doing, and I want to pull out. Shut up, Lesley. I want to pull out like 4 or 5 of the bigger, stronger-looking drow, and try and go into town and make sure that everything's all right.
There is no more town. It is just there's nothing. Like the entire town was evaporated from the blast. All that's left is a hole. You're on the fields at the moment. Looking to the west, you can see what remains of the wall that you originally traversed across to get into Il-Haravel. The part where it connected with the town itself. Most of it's just fallen into rubble, but you can see there's a definitive part where basically it was, and then just ceased to exist.
Talking
Alright.
of Ulara, Korgrin, did you ask your granddad about the curse? Is he okay with you removing it?
Actually, he gave me some very special instructions that I need to perform on her, for it to be undone, and then, I don't really know what we'd ask for at this point. Town's pretty much gone.
Arri just kind of gives him a look, just like the things you got to perform on her, is it? Okay. Jesus Christ, I know it's a war. Clearly feeling better.
Not quite what I mean, but I wouldn't mind if the tables were turned.
That could be a condition for lifting the curse. Just saying.
Whilst that's happening, I'm just going to start casting Floating Disc. And then when it's done, I'm just gonna like float it over towards Korgrin. I'm gonna be like, "Come on, Granddad, get on the chair."
Are you going
You have
to?
your
sit me
personal
down.
Yoda throne.
I don't know if I approve of this. Feels kind of demeaning, but if I don't have to
Do you
use my
wanna
legs, thump.
Shall we float you to the Drow Queen?
I thump down. It just bounces a little bit. Just holding the staff still. Just
It can
nobody
hold up
touches
to.
it.
Hold on. It can hold up to 500 pounds.
I mean, I'm about half of that, so
Anybody else want to ride on the floating disc?
Hell yeah.
It's only 3 feet in diameter.
I mean,
I
I'm
think
like,
I'm
only like
the only
100 pounds. How, if you're like
Okay.
150, Bella, you'll be fine. Saw the forlorn look on her face when I said me.
Go ahead. You can.
spiders tingle, eh? Mm.
No, 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 no. Oh.
Oh, Cuddles is still a gloop.
Cuddles would be dead. He's not humanoid.
He wasn't
He
in
was
the
with
blast
us.
range.
He was with us, yeah.
He was on Ulara, literally.
Oh, yay! Neat! Cuddles!
You know he's not actually a spider, right? He's more of a demon.
Better.
He's a yuck
Worse.
lol. He's a lol.
Do not touch the lolly.
So,
Dad?
Korgrin, you are now sitting on Verity's floating disc.
Is it comfortable?
Not really.
Fuck.
As the one casting
it's-
it, I can't sit on it myself.
There's an
It's
elf next to you just
basically,
jumping up and down.
It's basically just it's like sitting on a metal floor, effectively.
But it's 3
I just-
feet above the ground.
I just look back longingly at the tent and just go, someone get me a pillow, please.
It actually only takes you literally half a minute before you're presented with about 12 pillows.
Which one looks comfiest? I rolled d12.
Just have all 12.
I would like number 2, please.
You see you see a very young looking drow, probably no older than 18 or 19. He passes it to you, and then he just starts crying and just starts bowing before you.
I'll take one and start a pillow fight and just start hitting Korgrin while he's trying to rest. Smash him in the face with a pillow. It's a pillow fight.
Do you hit Korgrin with a pillow?
I do hit Korgrin with a pillow.
Oh no.
With rocks.
He's got no armor
The rest
now
of you,
either.
the rest of you see
I want to get mobbed, don't I?
probably about the equivalent of 20 to 30 drow immediately go to tackle Rennas. Is there anything anybody would like to do?
Just kind of hold up my hands, be like, "Whoa! It's just a fucking pillow. Calm down."
I am pissed myself
Oh,
laughing.
what-
That's
make
hilarious.
make a persuasion roll, Arri. He just attacked their new god.
Could I give Rennis guidance?
I will drop the
Why?
pillow on Korgrin and then try and jump out the way.
They listen
like-
to you as the support, as the new supporter of their god. They take your words to heart, and they scathingly look at Rennas, but they back down.
I scathingly look at Korgrin. Just wait till you're out of this fucking Drowland. I'm
Maybe
going to hit you with a pillow so hard.
Maybe I'll never leave. Would you
Like,
like
God, if
that?
I leave, I'll still be free of you.
Maybe I'll send drow after you, one after the other, and each of them makes sure that your tea is always too cold or too hot.
I don't even drink tea. Ha!
Whatever you do drink, I'll be there.
What the fuck is going on?
Who knows?
His booze is always watered down. That'd be one.
Oh, it's always
So, do you
It's got too
guys
much
make
head.
your way over? Do you guys make your way over to Ulara?
Yeah.
I suppose it's where we should be going.
It'll take
I
you about
point-
10 minutes to get over there, especially considering how fast Tenz's floating disc is.
I point the staff and I say, "Onward to the Drow Queen."
Vroom, 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 vroom.
I'm doing like it's not necessary, but I'm doing kind of like a little voodoo dance around it to be like, this is how I make it move, guys. Don't question my methods.
You're aware you're performing a dance for about however many people now, right?
Yes.
Is there no shame?
This is my stage! I found my audience.
I feel like they're captive, but okay.
Yeah.
Now it's turning into voguing.
Oh god. Are you just walking along doing burlesque then?
Strike this.
Ready.
Very different.
You're
I'll
only
be
16.
right back. My food is ready.
Okay,
Pot
so
number 2. Yeah, cup number 2 of tea.
almost like the parting
Come on,
of the
everybody,
Red
join
Sea.
in. It makes it stronger.
Make a persuasion roll.
Oh no.
Is there any way I can impose
My ideal
disadvantage?
situation is I have a conga line going on here, guys.
They see her as the royal
Gaster.
throne mover, basically. The holy throne mover. Despite your enthusiasm, Verity, best you can get is a couple of drow tap their feet. That's it.
They're lost. Oh yeah.
And
Thanks
like the
for
parting of the Red
touching.
Sea, you guys slowly make your way through the crowd of drow. There's probably a good couple of hundred of them there, actually. And so eventually you get into the actual larger tents themselves, and now there's a little bit more of a hustle bustle. Now do you actually see the remnants of a battle? You see a lot of the wounded warriors, a lot of people on stretchers receiving medical attention, a lot of bodies as well covered up with cloths as well. But making your way through this, you head to the largest and most opulent-looking tent, which you know you have been told belongs to Lara. Making your way inside, you do find Ulara there. She looks heavily battle-scarred, sort of bluish blood scratches over her face and down her lips, bit dried now. Her armor has definitely been clawed at, several rips in her otherwise untarnished robes as well. She is sitting on a makeshift throne made out of the corpses of the enemy. Mix of Myrianites, zombies, skeletons, and effectively the seat area is actually the head of a Fomorian.
Oh.
And as you walk in, she looks at you and she goes, "Ah, so you're awake."
Indeed. Your tent was quite accommodating, thank you.
Well, it was due that or lose my position as matron of my own clan. Thanks for that.
What can I say except you're welcome?
Nice.
You can see her
Nice.
lip curl a little. So, you have performed a miracle, defeated the Tarrasque, and banished it into the ends of the earth. And the blast that destroyed it left my people alive. Some of my people are already declaring you to be stronger than Lol. I can't begin. I think you already understand the severity of that notion. I'm sure a number of my priestesses are already plotting to assassinate you.
Understandable, as a holy man myself, I'd feel insulted if someone had tried to usurp or, dethrone my patron, my god. So I can't blame them. But rest assured, I'm sure we won't be spending too long down in the Underdark, so they won't need to see hide nor hair of us. Once we're gone, we're no longer a problem,
Well,
and you can go back to
unfortunately,
worshipping health.
it doesn't work like that.
Are you saying I've accidentally started a cult?
Yes. People see you as the new will and embodiment of Cain. They say his spirit spoke to you and gave you the power to vanquish the Tarask. They say you can choose to do it again at any point to anyone.
Me.
I mean, I've rested. What do you think?
I think you at least have the power to get rid of that curse on me now. I think you owe me that much.
Oh, you have rid you of your responsibility. You no longer need to stay here.
The curse doesn't work like that. I need you to remove it.
True. Well. Anything I desired, right?
Yes.
That was your words?
That was the deal.
Mm-hmm. How many slaves do you still have? I'm sure the blast didn't kill them all. After all, I did choose to spare humanoids. I am generous like that.
Noticed. We did lose a couple of slaves that were not humans. One of our more prominent slave owners is already talking about how he lost his prized Cyclops.
Oh no. Ton. Tragic. How many would you say you still have?
We still have a number of them to keep our economy going.
How many?
Several hundred, maybe. The ones from the market and the ones we already own.
What say you then? I'll remove the curse. I own all the slaves.
I can't make that possible, as some of the slaves belong to private citizens.
I'm sure these private citizens wouldn't say no if I started walking through your camp and decreed ownership. I'm sure that wouldn't do much favours for the Lolth following.
You can see her long, delicate fingers curl inwards, and she kind of crushes the skull that had been placed upon as an armrest. All of them.
I'm at 1 HP.
Let's say that should be sufficient, aye.
Make a persuasion roll.
With a -1, I chose well with charisma.
You can do guidance on yourself.
And I will take it and hope that it's a DC 10, but it ain't gonna be. 10.
I don't think you know exactly what it is you ask.
I would like to cast Thaumaturgy on myself and have the effect be the booming voice.
Yep.
And I would like to decree, and you do not know the power that you meddle with. If I so willed it, all would be ash among with your city.
Make an intimidation check with advantage.
Could I make the disc float a little bit higher, just make him a little bit more intimidating?
Yeah, make him a.
Oh my god!
She looks at you and she says,
15.
"My city is already ash. Nothing remains except rubble.
And if I remove the curse, we may start anew, elsewhere."
You may take half of the slaves, the ones that were available on the market, not the ones that were available that are owned already.
Fine. I find this acceptable.
Then it is a deal. Remove the curse from me.
Now, I would like to warn you that I was not the one to cast the curse, and the means by which, again, were not mine to choose. You may be disgruntled by the method, but such is the curse of the knowledge, speaking with the spirit of Cain.
Just
You
get
agree?
on with it.
How do I want to do this?
You see, she is very angry. She's very impatient. Like there's multiple levels of her anger right now, but you can also tell that she is in a very demented way also incredibly infatuated with you. Like she cannot take her eyes off of you. She just gives all the telltale signs that she wants you in every way, but she also wants to kill you in every single way.
So she is a Yandere, okay. Great.
Yeah, exactly. I called it.
You basically are Cain now, and she hates that.
I would like to hop off the off the floating disc, shuffle over to her. Fortunately, you will have to kneel for this.
Kneel?
Indeed.
I have only ever kneeled for one person, and it's not you.
You will need to, or I can leave, and you'll still be cursed.
She bites down on her lips so much that it draws fresh blood. She gets down onto one knee. Off the throne, and down on one knee before you.
Both
She's
knees.
staring. She gets down onto both knees, and she is like, her head is like on par with you at the moment. So she's glaring you in the eyes, unblinking, full of rage.
Hands on your lap.
She puts her hands on her lap.
I put my forehead against hers. I pull back.
Unblinking.
And I slap her. And then I throw my arms up. And I decree, I release you from your service. It is done. And you are free. Bring my arms back down.
Is that it?
It was. It just needed to be someone of Cain's blood that did it. Nothing special.
Very well. She slowly gets to her feet and brushes her knees off. You may go.
I hope you enjoy your newfound freedom.
She doesn't.
Wherever that takes
She
you.
doesn't say anything. She still looks livid.
I get back on my disc. I just quickly turn to Verity we're done here. Let's go.
Okay, I start doing the Macarena as we exit. Let's go!
You all leave the tent. I want you to make a group perception, please, to do with hearing.
Boop, boop, boop.
Honk. I am just not rolling well tonight. I am just exhausted.
You are all exhausted. Rennas, I'm going to whisper you something.
Ooh. Korgrin, she is not happy. I think she's trashing everything in there. Please, just before we leave, please, can you tell her you didn't need to do that at all?
I mean,
Yeah, no, I don't know that, sorry.
I'll have you know that those words were passed on to me by Cain himself when I went into his mindscape.
Not worth it.
What do you mean it was entirely worth it? Anyway, we're now the proud owners of however many slaves that is. Congratulations,
Lot.
guys.
Great. Now what?
Yay, I think.
We rest and we leave,
Up
probably.
to you guys. It's up to you
Send them to
guys.
Greenfold.
That was what I was thinking, actually, is if they've got nowhere else to go, they could likely go there.
Okay, but how are we gonna get them all there? Because my teleportation circle only exists for 6 seconds.
There's the pre-existing teleportation circle, and that's a permanent one outside of town.
Okay.
So
Then
we can
how
get
are
them
we
into
gonna
Jarrus
get them
Jakai.
Because-
Yeah.
I guess we have to go open the gate.
I mean, Jarrus, or we could go into the ice caves. I think that's the only two circles we know.
I believe so.
Possibly if it's a bunch of non-fully human people and people that might be treated like shit in Jarrus, maybe the ice caves is a better option, and we could just lead them out from the caves at the bottom.
That becomes an issue. Is whether not an
Wait.
issue. Go on after you, Verity.
I'm just thinking, because so the king knows. Well, the king will know eventually because we get to go see him that we've been down here, and then we're going to be like, oh yeah, by the way, we got a bunch of slaves and we want to set them free to Greenfold, but we have to take them through the city. It will be a lot of people though, and then what if we use this whole crowd of people as a distraction and a method to smuggle out the half-elves?
I would preferably not have the king know about Greenfold.
Same.
Oh well, that would taking them somewhere else then.
But also,
because we know that the
I
city's
feel there are a lot of half-elves in Jarrus Jakai. You need to understand, there are thousands. We've just rescued maybe a couple of hundred people.
I mean, as far as I know, still no one's told me this. Isn't there not thousands of half-elves left? Thought most of them had all been killed off, and it was literally just a few.
A lot were dead.
There.
Well, you need to understand as well that that's just the half-elf district. There are still the half-elf slaves and labourers throughout the city.
Rennas and Korgrin, go ahead and make history checks.
Yeah, boy, I'm proficient in that now.
I don't know. I thought it would have been a plan.
It's an idea.
Oh, Rennas is rolling well tonight.
Both of you know the last census of the population diversity in Jarrus Jakai, which was a few years ago at least, showed that there was roughly maybe about 30,000 half-elves in Jarrus Jakai.
That's a lot of people.
We're probably not smuggling out 30,000 people.
It wouldn't be smuggling at that point, it'd be an exodus.
2/3 of them are crammed into the half-elven.
20,000-ish.
I mean, half-elf evolution is preferable. They're free.
Why spill blood when they can just leave? If we
Can they just leave?
If we ask that of the king, if that is something that we're allowed to do, then why not? I feel that he most likely won't. After all, I feel that this is only really... Well, not that it's not come into play, but it's been more heavily enforced. He could have changed that at any time since he's come into power. He could have said, don't discriminate against the half-elves. But it still continues.
Yes, I had noticed.
We can only try. But where do we wish to go?
I think the ice caves are probably the best option to get these people to.
Well, that was a thought that I had, is that we can at least give them a choice. We can give them the opportunity to reintegrate into maybe more friendly society and go to Greenfold, or we can give them the option of setting up in the ruins of Drogon de Morda and perhaps building something for themselves there. They will obviously be in close proximity to whatever lingers in those caves, the Yetis and mammoths, the orcs that still reside there, and whatever the Eye was deeper in, but at least they've got a choice.
And I don't think they're all completely helpless. I mean, they were, air quotes, looked after. And, I imagine the Drows would have wanted slaves who had talents and stuff.
Exactly. If
So
you're going to
it's
keep
still-
a blacksmith as a slave, you're going to want to make sure he's still strong and he's still fed and he's still practicing.
A
Yeah.
capable
there's no
slave
point.
is a more expensive slave.
Pardon?
A capable slave is a more expensive slave. Therefore, more money. So,
So, they could easily just set up a new civilization for themselves. So much fucking tofu. Jeez.
But again, at least they've got a choice, and I'm sure they've probably not had that in quite a while.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure there'll be some that don't know what to do with it, but it's still a good thing you did.
And, maybe there'll be some who might just want to stay with the Drows. I mean, I'm not one to judge someone's lifestyle choices.
Indeed. We can at least offer them a way out and what they wish to do with it. They are no longer indentured, but if they do stay with the Drow, there's no guarantee that they won't become re-indentured. But as you say, there's that's up to them to decide. They could make something for themselves, building something new wherever Ulara decides to take her people.
I'm saying they might want to stay slaves.
Well, it wouldn't even be slaves. I mean, if you're saying it from a fetishist point of view, then that's entirely possible as well.
Well, no, from the point of view where it's like, they don't really have to take care of, money or responsibilities or anything. They just have to do as they're told.
True.
And exist.
Mm-hmm.
Could be all that some of them know.
Also
And maybe
true.
some of them are so broken that...
Well, unfortunately...
It becomes the safer option for them, really.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I did only manage to free the ones that weren't already indentured. So the ones that have had this lifestyle have still got it, unfortunately, but those that were not sold, those that were not owned, they're the ones that can free themselves.
But this is a very good chance these are going to be the people who have been in this situation the least amount of time to more likely to be able to join civilization again, or they're too rebellious and wouldn't fit in, so they're going to have that ability to survive.
Yep.
This does include those people that you walk past in the slave market, the surfacers who have been taken, and they begged you to help them, but unfortunately you cruelly and heartlessly ignored them.
We can't save every slave at the time, but now we can.
Now, yeah. And
Now we can save half.
we can save the ones that we can, so I think we should go and find our friends who have our tents.
Back to the tent.
So I think we need to go and find our friends first, our two.
Our slaves.
Rioan and Arwis.
Yes, but they're our friends. They're not our slaves, they're our friends.
Buddy!
Haven't freed them yet. Technically, they're our slaves. Well, technically, they're your slaves. I didn't fucking buy them.
Technically.
Yeah, they were freed the second they were bought. It's just hopefully now we can say that without being persecuted.
Maybe wait until we're out of here.
I think we should get away from here first.
Exactly.
A big slave gathering and just like a town hall meeting. Who wants to be free? Who wants to go to the ice caves? Who wants to go
Are
to...
we going to have to try and set up some kind of, I don't know, government for them? So they don't end up, no one ends up dictating.
One step at a time, maybe.
That's just taking no part in creating a government. That's like everything he hates.
We start with finding as many as we possibly can who want to leave. And then
Exactly. At the end of the day, if there's only 5 people that want to inhabit the ice caves, let them. If everyone else decides to go to Greenfold, they'll just integrate there.
Yeah. Okay.
Or
Sounds
those
good to
5
me.
can set out for themselves. It's we don't have to choose for them. That's the benefit, is they are entirely free to do as they wish. Do we know all of this, by the way? The prisoners, Cuddles, Ryu and Anawis, Guam, the priestess tent, etc.
So you are aware that just by walking
I'm pretty
among
sure
the tents, you are aware that the survivors of the enemy forces have been corralled into an area just outside of the tents and are under heavy guard. There is also whispers that Ulara's pet is making its way through the men in its natural form. Speaking around, you also know that the slaves are also in the main tent area. That was going off of descriptions. That was the last place anybody had seen a centaur. Rumors are abound that just on their return from capturing a stone giant, a patrol border found Ilharavel had been completely destroyed. So they put the stone giant inside a holding camp for now whilst they figured out what the hell to do. The priestesses have all been gathered up into one tent as they try to commune with Lolth as to what to do next, as their entire livelihood is destroyed. The Spider's Tingle is also a popular one. That is basically a makeshift tavern at the moment. All the remaining ales and other such narcotic substances have been gathered into a single place where the heroes of the last battle, or from the Drow side, are celebrating their victory. You know that the slaves that belonged to slave owners who hadn't been sold yet are being basically corralled around this area. And you also hear descriptions of a hooded, masked man wandering around the main tents, just seeing what you can do to help with the wounded, actually.
Gave him a hat. Why is he still hooded and masked? God damn it.
Indeed.
I bet he's lost the bloody hat.
If he's lost my bloody hat, we'll be having words.
Can I make a
He's
bet
lost
on
the
who will
hat,
win?
same way he lost the body.
Well, actually, I kind of wanted to speak to the prisoners to see if any of them knew where in the Ornamental Sunder the bodies were still being kept, if there's still a chance that we can at least find Milkaya and give them a burial. Because I don't know, but I don't think there's any chance of bringing him back now. But again, for Jack DM, I lost track of time when we actually came down here, and it was still the 8th day rather than it being the 10th day.
Yeah,
So
you are on the 10th day now.
So there is still a chance. That's good to know. I mean, Arrabella may know with her keen mind and mention that.
Yeah, I'll literally just say, like, the dawn has just risen on the 10th day. You have hours to find him. Well, we have hours to find him.
I'd say it's worth it, wouldn't you?
It's worth a shot.
What
Our
was
last
that
chance.
again?
This is why we came down here.
I mean, aye. 2 birds, 1 stone, and all that. Or two birds, 1 to ask.
Yeah. 1 to ask, 1 collapse in civilization, and 1 laser beam. Yay!
You guys still don't know what Korgrin did, by the way. He hasn't explained.
Yeah, he blew up the thing. We know that much.
I mean, in Rennas' head, he did magic. That's all that happens whenever anyone does any spell at all. They did magic. It all just comes under one happy, encompassing.
I mean,
I'm just assuming it's some crazy stuff, ancestor bullshit.
Unfortunately, as you may have noticed, the spirit of Cain is no longer with us. There were 2 choices. With the souls being freed that were surrounding the Tarask, there was only one other component that could be used. And that was either my soul or the remnants of his. So unfortunately, the spell did consume the very last bit of essence of Cain.
So just to be clear, we've lost the amazing knowledge of the greatest sorcerer ever known, and we're stuck with you.
He was a wizard, actually.
Here.
But I.
Sorry, I didn't mean sorcerer as in actual class. I just meant as in spell casting
I'm
person.
still here.
But yes, but then I clap you on the shoulder and say, "I'm only joking. I'm glad you're still here." And I am. Got to give you some
You'd
shit.
rather him? I mean, he was already dead.
I only just met him, and to be fair, he hasn't told me not to steal something once. Not once has he told me not to steal something. How many times have you told me not to steal something? Also prefer
Sometimes
him.
an eye of fingers.
Rennas,
sure he would
don't
have-
steal nothing.
Oh, did you hear
Goes
that?
through the cabin.
I now prefer Korgrin.
Exactly. I actually sleep.
While you
Your
sleep,
spirit, you don't
I
need
can
to.
steal things.
Crimes I don't know about.
I'll have you know, I've actually been a very reformed person. Mostly. I mean, you know, I'm not perfect, but I haven't stolen anything from anyone for ages.
Insight check.
I mean-
Rennas, make a perception check as well, please. And go ahead and make an insight check, Arri.
He literally said it. I wasn't going to do anything, but he literally said it.
And as you say that, Rennas, you do see a rather hoity-looking drow walk by with a very full purse.
I'd like to point out that at the time I made that statement, it was very true. I follow the drow.
Make a stealth check.
He's stealing from a broken civilization.
Korgrin, you're in mid-conversation with Rennas, and you turn to look at him, and he's gone.
Why do I get the feeling he's off committing a crime?
It's been ages since I've stolen anything. Pew.
You are sneaking behind the drow. He has not noticed you.
Also, that disc only lasts for like an hour, so it's probably going to be running out sometime soon.
Is his
And
purse
my-
on like a string?
Yes.
So I would just subtly try and cut his purse string with my knife and catch
Make
the
a sleight
purse
of
and
hand
disappear.
check.
Terrible.
Cling! You have it. 30 gold.
I disappear back. 30 gold.
Yep. And just as you're looking around at Korgrin, you see Rennas pop by the side, acting as if he was always there.
Yeah. What were we saying?
I mean, I was just about to bring up the fact that I know I encountered a couple of chests in the maze, and if I can stumble across them, then I'm sure someone as receptive and gold grubbing as yourself probably found quite a few. Is there
I did.
anything
I
you'd
gave
like to tell us about?
8,000. I gave 8,000 gold to Otti and 2 massive sparkly gems.
I did. I helped him carry it because he was a weakling.
I mean, at
Can't
least
help
out of the chests that I found, I found three gems in each. Is that
Wow, you
that the
must
case
have been
then?
really, really. No, I mean, I found two in the one in the one chest and one in the other one.
Wow. Fair enough. I mean, I'm really just taking you at your word here. You're truly a reformed man, and proud of you.
I know I am, and at this point, I clap Korgrin on the back and try and slip one of the stones into his pocket.
Make a sleight of hand check.
It's going to be the ring all over again, isn't it?
I feel my anus
Well,
become.
no,
Korgrin,
because my
since
minimum sleight of hand is now 19.
Korgrin, since this is your on your person, go ahead and make a perception check. Straight into his pocket, Rennas. He doesn't even know a thing.
But I mean, it like as you said, you found these chests with all these gold, and it'd be really upsetting if you were keeping anything from us, Korgrin. I mean, is there anything you'd like to tell us?
I mean, I just said it. I found a couple of gems. I've not had access to the Bag of Holding except to pull out a spell to bring Bella back to consciousness.
So you've got these 2 gems on you now. Which
No,
pocket would those 2 gems be in? Because I
had
sense
3.
you've got an extra one.
I said I had 3 in each
Well, now
one.
you've got 4.
I mean, by all means. Just into the Bag of Holding. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Did that 4th one come from?
Told you. I got 2 star sapphires, and I got 2 yellow sapphires. Was all I found.
Damn it.
I can rummage around and just another one. Curious. Plonk it in the Bag
So
of
you
Holding.
were hiding something from us.
Must have forgot. I apologise.
And that way I get to be nice without betraying my nature and telling everyone that I stole. So Now, the only extra thing I have that you don't know about is one translucent pale blue opal, which I think I gave you one of, or did I only find one?
I think you found two.
Well, apparently I only found one. Well, I've only got one, and I didn't give Otti one, so...
Well, let me have a quick look on the previous.
There you go.
I'm
Generally,
sure
loot
you
I
found
find
duplicates
unless
and you kept one of.
unless it's diamonds, I don't really care.
You got the opal gem. Somebody got the 3-star rubies.
That was right.
I got the 3-star ruby, so I gave Otti 2 of them, and I kept one, but that's the one that I just dropped in Korgrin's pocket, so now she has all 3.
And Korgrin, you found the 2-star and 2 yellow sapphires, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
They're now in the bag, so it's just the...
Translucent blue opal.
What translucent blue opal?
The one that you don't know about.
Exactly, that's why I'm asking.
I gave like 11 grand worth of stuff. Let me have a grand.
Was that something that needed identifying?
No, I think they were just gems.
They're
That was
gems,
just gems,
okay.
yeah.
Don't
Yeah,
I do
you
you
missed
want to know
1, 2,
what we missed?
3.
Jesus.
Yeah.
I'm
You missed-
serious.
You
Like
missed 4
Rennas'
spell
history with
scrolls.
blue gems is not good though. Just saying.
True.
4 spell scrolls. A tome of clear
Water elemental,
thoughts.
Rennas.
Tome of Clear Thoughts.
It's Rennas' book, but for intelligence. 900 platinum pieces, 4,000 more gold pieces, and a few more gems. Oh, and another chest with 4 fire opals and 900 platinum pieces.
Ah, there was a lot of stuff in that chest.
Yeah.
In that maze.
Who wants to go back to the labyrinth?
Oh, and
God, there was no labyrinth.
A potion of invulnerability as well.
Surely that was behind us, the labyrinth.
Well, there was the
All
maze
under
and the labyrinth.
Yeah.
The maze wasn't quite destroyed because we made our way through it. The labyrinth was fucked.
Ah.
But then everything kind of started tumbling down because the
Yeah.
Tarrasque
The
kind of just
entire
plowed through
area.
the
The
cavern.
entire area is now just a big clump of
Rubble.
ruined rock. Now there's no getting anything out of there, unfortunately.
It's a
we
lovely
walked
new
away-
vein for someone else to find now.
We walked away with 11 grand, so that recoups our costs of purchasing slaves. True.
Right, can we go and find them now?
Yeah, that's fair.
Sure.
Let's go and get a little party of merry troopers.
Has anyone come back with my chalk yet?
Yes. Yes, your chalk is
Yay.
presented.
Is that for your teleportation circle?
And when you take it, they cry in happiness and prostrate themselves away.
Could I...
This will please the Korgrin. You may go.
The Korgrin.
Oh, I'm so happy.
You are blessed, my child.
Oh.
You're dishing out blessings
He's out.
on my behalf now. I'm witness to all of this, surely. Do not use my name in vain.
I mean, you'll hear me because I'm focusing on the disc right next to you, so I'm just going to be like, Pete.
So yeah, go ahead and just move your tokens wherever you'd like to basically go.
Could
The Spider's Tingle is basically the tavern, so...
Could I ask one of them if they would be as generous as to find me 200 gold's worth of diamonds, potentially? Or
You
100
heard the
gold.
man! 200 gold diamonds!
I want you to make an investigation check with your charisma modifier, Korgrin.
Oh, so that's basically a persuasion roll for me then, basically.
Wait,
Yeah.
can I be, like, helping him for advantage? Because technically I'm stuck with him till the... with
It's
the
not
disc.
really something that you can get advantage on. This is purely to see if they have it or not.
Okay.
Yes. 200 gems worth of diamonds, 200 gold worth of diamonds is presented to you.
Okay, that's good, because that means if I need to, I can cast Raise Dead. We do have the scroll, but at the end of the day, that would be nice to keep. But ultimately, using the 2 lots of Revivify on Verity, because I only had 1,000 gold's worth, took me down to 400. This takes me back up to 600, which is sufficient for Raise Dead. So that's good. I generously thank and bless the person that brings that back to me.
He just faints.
Oh, God.
And now you understand why Ulara's so
No.
pissed off with you, because you've basically taken away all of her authority.
It's hard
I'll
being a
return
cult
it.
leader, Korgrin. You'll be fine.
I'll return it when we leave.
I'm gonna have to send some messages to Loic just to get some tips.
Sending to Loic, what do with followers? ? I mean, do we want to go to Ryuan and Arwis? Do we want to go to prisoners? Do we want to
just move your tokens wherever. Just move your tokens wherever you like to go. Basically, this is just a roleplay session, really. So go wherever you want.
Nothing stopping us from doing everything, but any preference, really?
So
Are you getting bladdered? Fair.
Just had to watch my sister die. So, yeah, I feel like Arri would want to get bladdered. And probably fight some drow. It's probably going to happen.
Oh, God.
Are we long rested?
This
You're
is the process.
You're long resting.
We're long resting. Okay,
Ongoing.
so I don't have all my spells back. Okay.
No.
Aww.
I feel bad for... I'll go with the group. I'm not in a position to really go anywhere myself right now.
Yeah.
Eddie.
Oh, sorry.
Do you want the disc? Do you want to keep the disc or?
Step on me, mommy.
She will no longer do that to you anymore. You fuck that relationship right up.
If I command her to.
Dennis, do you want to keep the disc up or are you good?
Yeah, oh, I'm good.
Am
Having
I-
a disc
Not
means I can sneak after
Korgrin,
people.
sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Am I well enough to walk, or is it still quite
No,
exhausting?
you're well enough to walk. You're just being lazy.
Okay, then yeah, I'm gonna milk it a little bit longer. Thank you, very, very drained. I mean, to be fair, it did use all my spell slots, so...
It
I
did,
mean, it's
it
a ritual
drained
cast, so I can cast it again because it only lasts an hour. But I'll just have to do wild magic rolls every time I do it.
Do not
Row.
self-fireball the drow, please.
you.
I mean, I
Alright, so... Verity, are you going with the group to see your buddies? /
I
slaves?
don't know.
You carry on, I'm just going to pop to the loop.
I mean, I guess I'll be following them till the disc runs out with Korgrin. And then I'll figure out what I want to do after that.
They'll probably be right around the point where they get to Ryuan and Arwis.
Okay.
Rennas, where would you like to go? Arri's split away from the group, so basically just go get completely and utterly bladdered.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine I'm going to the bar as well. I don't know about this whole utterly bladdered thing. I will be celebrating that we're alive, but I wish to regain some senses and keep my eye out for new marks, you know.
Alright, so... Diddle-diddle-diddle-diddle.
Yeah, I'm essentially using this and potentially starting a fight as a way of me getting my squat and nimbleness feat. Because I got to level 8 archer, and I feel like, starting a tavern brawl and avoiding being grappled would be the perfect way.
Okay, so Korgrin, Otti, Verity, and Bellatrix, you guys make your way across the encampment. Eventually you get to... This is kind of like the area where the surviving citizens and the owned slaves are hanging out, basically. And you do see Ryuan and Arwis standing near a campfire, kind of looking a little unsure with themselves. They don't really know what to do. When they see you coming, they immediately get to their feet and they just bow towards you.
I would go up and hug them both because they're okay.
Always looks concerned. Ryuan seems to like it.
Be all motherly. I'm so glad you're okay. Are you hurt in any way? Are you all right?
We are of sound body and we are able to serve, dear ma'am. Thank you for your
But not
concern.
sound mind. Taking note.
As you command, master, we are not of sound mind.
No, I was just making that as a side note to myself. It's because they said they were sound body, but they said nothing about their sound mind. So I'm just like, huh. Okay.
They are, yeah. So Arwis is definitely a little like momentarily confused about the level of affection she's got, but then she just goes back to this straight blank face accepting slave.
We're trying to find a way out of here at the moment. Did you manage to get tents and things? Are you all set up?
Well, we were able to get tents, but unfortunately they were destroyed in that beam. I'm sorry, my master. I have punished myself.
Does she look hurt from punishing herself?
She does look like she's limping a little on the left leg.
Please don't do that again. I hate to see you hurt.
As you command, my master.
I give her a healing potion to stop her from limping to make sure she's alright.
This is a valuable item, not worthy of my status, master.
Please drink it. Please, I want to make sure you're okay, and please call me Otti.
As you command, Master Otti. She drinks it, and her leg does loosen up a little.
Call her mama!
As you command, Master.
Otti's fine. Don't worry about her. She's had too much sugar again.
As you command, Master Otti Mama.
Do you remember who else you were with in the market?
Who else we were being sold alongside in the market?
Yes.
Before being purchased?
Yes.
We were. Our previous master had two other individuals of special stock. There was the Asima and there was the Cyclops.
Do you remember anyone else that any others of the sellers, I shudder at the word, had? You know, we
weren't allowed to interact with other slaves outside of our own master.
Okay, would you be able to keep an eye out for Elle, the Asima, if you see her?
As you command.
If there is also anyone else you recognise, on the off chance you recognise a face or anything, just give us a shout. We've come to an agreement regarding any slaves, again the shudder, that were unsold at the time of this disaster.
As you command. If I might make a recommendation, Master Otti Mama, perhaps the surviving criers would help.
Are they like town criers?
Yes.
Thank you. That's a very lovely suggestion.
I'm very happy to have been of assistance, Master Otti Mama.
Fucking Jesus.
I walk into the room and why is she calling you Mama? Or he
fucking Verity.
Who is calling you Mama? Is it Ryuan or is it Arwis?
It's Arwis who's calling her Otti, Master Otti Mama.
I don't want to know. I'm just gonna tense this floating disc back out of earshot.
And I'm gonna say to, is it Arwis or Arwen?
Arwis.
I'm gonna say to the centaur, that is
Ryuan.
Right, Ryuan. Why is wrong with my font today? That's better. I'm gonna say, do you miss your dad?
I do, but I try not to think about it because it will affect my capability to serve you, Master.
Do you want to go and see him?
If that is what you command.
This is like the most sadistic way of asking someone if they want to be reunited with family.
Yes, I'm just like, yeah. Okay, and I like gather them up and I'm like, come on, let's go find the others.
As you command. And they begin following you. So, Arwis and Ruan are following you guys. Arrabella and Rennas, you make your way over to the Spider's Tingle. Walking inside, it's quite packed. Lots of drow here. A couple of quaggoths as well, actually. They are drinking and being way more merry than slavers should have any right to be.
I was completely joking about the brawl, by the way. Please don't make them fight me.
It'll be more of an RP fight then.
They'd never win anyway. You're the champion of the Tarrasque. Starting you, they'd be terrified of you.
Yep. Oh,
you can see in the corner that they are a number of the drow are participating in substances that do not belong to liquid.
I'm going to stick with wine. I think it's a celebration night. Wine is good. I'm sure they've got some nice wine, or that blood wine that we had the other day. But I think I've still got bottles of that.
So you head up to the person who is pouring the drinks. She is female with long silver hair and pointy ears. And she sees you come and she says, how may I? What can I? What is it that you desire?
Just some wine and to keep it coming all night, really.
We don't have much wine, but I'll see what I can find.
Ale for me, please.
Ale.
What do you have that's not ale?
We have a number of concoctions of drow design. We have a number of adrenaline-inducing poisons, if that partakes your desires. We have a number of ingestments to take the edge off of the stresses of battle.
The drow concoctions, are any of them likely to kill someone who's not a drow?
Depends on your constitution, good sir.
The ingestments sound cool.
You want
to take the edge off? Nudging him, I'm literally nudging him in the thigh because I'm short as fuck, but elbowing him, come on, adjustments, we can do this.
I hear something on my knee. I was like, what? Okay, some battle relaxing ingestments then, I guess. Post-battle relaxing ingestments.
This one is on a house, for you follow his grand lord, Korgrin.
If we're only getting it free because of him, I'll happily pay.
Yeah, same. We do not follow him.
I've never been so insulted.
That will be 500 gold pieces.
Take it for free.
Oh.
On second thoughts, he is our great and mighty leader. We love him. I worship the ground he walks on. I have never tried to kill him in my life.
She looks a little confused, but she just nods a little.
In earshot, I feel all tingly and just, someone's pleasing me. I could get used to this.
She reaches underneath her makeshift counter and she pulls out a couple of bags and she passes them to the both of you. The blue one will help you sleep. The red one will spike your adrenaline. And the green one, oh, well, I don't know. I've never seen a non-drow take it, so I don't know what that'll do.
Green?
Green.
Oh, they're all... You have them all. Take them all. There's one for each of you.
Thank you very much. But I was more talking about what we're actually going to try.
Yeah, try right now. Green.
I don't want to sleep. I don't want to go mental. So green.
Nope. Green.
Okay. So, you open up the bag and you see 3 things inside. You see a blue mushroom. You see a dead green, kind of toad-like insect. But it has been kind of slimed over a little, kind of ambered up a bit. The red one is a vial of sand.
Do we chew on the frog thing? Do we suck it? Do we pop it into our tongue? Asking the bar person.
She just looks at you and she just smiles.
Very helpful. And I pop it in my mouth and munch away.
It has a kind of tastes a bit like wine gums.
Probably not what I was expecting, but okay.
It's chewy. Certainly has a flavorful sensation about it. And you swallow, and here's be it.
She said ingestant, so I guess it goes in the mouth. I'll just swallow the thing whole.
Same sensation for you. It's full of flavors, both weird and wonderful. And you swallow, and that appears to be it.
Fair.
We'll see if it takes a little while to kick in, Arri, before we try anything else. But how about we grab an ale each and have
Yeah,
that?
sounds good to me. Like she said ingestant, so that says to me that it didn't have to go up our butt or
Yes,
something.
but I've heard tales of travellers travelling to a distant land called Amsterdam, and there's things you can eat that affect you, but they take a while to kick in, and they're very big on you not having more of them, thinking they haven't worked, and then they all kick in at once and you die.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't fancy dying. But yeah, it makes sense. Green Amsterdam. It's kind of coated in amber. So...
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, what more of a link could you possibly have?
Exactly. So, ale. Let's drink.
So 2 ales from the bar, please, and then we'll sit down and have a nice sip of ale.
Okay, so Rennas, as you go to order the 2 ales, and you look at the bar, it's gone. You see, basically where the wall is and where that female drow was. Now all you see is basically just a bunch of psychedelic colours just going. Vroom, 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 vroom.
I turn back to Arri. I see Arri.
Arri, and I'm counting Bella's role on that one. Arri, as you look at this, Rennas is the bartender.
Why are you sat next to me? Like, don't get me wrong, you're pretty and everything, but your skin's not Renna's skin. You have nicer hair, though.
Ooh. Hey.
Thanks, I think. Can't find the bar. I need your help.
Arri, you turn to your left. Bellatrix is asking where the bar is.
Where did you come from?
I've been stood here. Where is the bar?
I'll just point to the bar, assuming I can see the bar.
You can see the bar, yeah?
Yeah, I just point to the bar. It's there.
No.
Why are you not behind it? You're meant to be working, aren't you?
But I'm not working. I'm relaxing. This is my time off.
Arrabella, as far as you're concerned, you're speaking with Bellatrix at the moment.
I thought it was the bar. I'm so confused. I thought Rennas was the barmaid, but now Rennas is Bellatrix.
I think I've changed.
No. So the barmaid, as far as you're concerned, is Bellatrix, and is Rennas, and Rennas, as far as you're concerned, where he was, is Bellatrix.
Okay, so Rennas.
So Rennas is behind the bar, and Bellatrix is beside you. Rennas, okay. you can see Arrabella's eyes have gone, and she's not speaking a lot of sense towards you, and you're trying to find the bar, but there's just all these colours here, man, and it's pretty cool.
I mean, there's no bar over there. I don't know what you're looking at, but I'm not surprised. Your eyes are looking weird.
Like, I don't even know why you're here. Like, weren't you meant to be with the slaves?
Slaves?
Like, you went and got us. You were going to the slaves. Where's Korgrin, Verity, and...
I stay well away from the slaves. I can't stand the slaves. No, I can't stand the idea of slaves. Not that I can't stand the slaves. That's just harsh.
Where's everyone else? Like, why have you come alone? Have they gone elsewhere?
I've been here the whole time. We came here together. What are you talking about?
No, I came here with Rennas. Don't ask me why he's behind the bar. I don't even know. But we didn't come here with you.
I'm going to try my very best Rennas impression. What can I get for you guys?
And why Rennas has suddenly started working here, I don't know.
Well, I've only been working here ever since we built it.
But you were with us.
You guys are acting pretty weird right now. Is everything all right?
Like, why? No, everything is not all right. Why are you behind the bar and acting like you've been here for ages? And where has Bella come from? And where is everyone else?
Bella's not here. I don't know what you're talking about. I want some ale.
You are Bella. Like, don't get me wrong. I know your intelligence isn't very high, but you are Bella.
Oh.
How dare you? I look down and I'm like, no, I'm definitely me. I'm not Bella. Then in my head, I'm like, am I? Did I just forget I was Bella?
Have I been Bella all along?
Arri, and as you sort of look around asking where everybody else is, you don't see Drow anymore. You see basically copies of Zara and Wicca and Travok and even Steve, who's sitting at a table drinking a mug with one hoof somehow. And you can see Otti and Korgrin making out in the corner.
Oh yeah.
I cover Bella's eyes, or at least who I believe to be Bella's eyes.
What are you doing to me?
You don't need to see this. It's okay. It's okay. Where did the unicorn
Just want to
get
find the bar.
Just to make people aware, when we were back in, remember when we had the drinking session with Talion and things kicked off, and people were asking who liked who, basically.
Yeah.
Korgrin looked through Bella at Otti, so it works.
Oh.
I thought you looked at
What now?
Arrabella.
Otti was next to Bella, so I looked through Bella.
Arri, are you feeling okay?
Yeah, get Bella. I'm fine.
You're looking a bit green, and I'm not Bella.
Why is Wicca... Rennas, I don't think I'm okay. Oh, Bella, I don't think I'm okay.
Well, you don't look great, but then I can't talk. I mean, I apparently can't see the bar, and it's all colourful, but I don't know who you're talking about. It's just a bunch of drow down here.
There's no drow here anymore, Rennas. Bella. This is getting confusing.
All
Bella's. Rella.
Rennas, you've lost all control of your legs.
Oh no!
I just collapse to the floor.
Even Larry just starts walking somewhere and he can't control it.
Like
Basically,
river dancing for no reason.
any way you want to roleplay that, man.
I just collapse to the floor. I'm like, Harry, can you help me to the bar?
Barbarian
Can't
won't take-
Stand.
Yeah, I'll
I'll
see
try
if
and stand up
Rennas
a few times, but I just like as I pull myself up on the table, I just fall back down again. It's like second thoughts. Can you go to the bar and I'll just drink my ale on the floor? That seems like a better plan. The floor's not level or something.
Sure, I'll go see if Rennas can help me get you into a chair. You're a barbarian. I can't pick you up by myself.
So I am, Rennas. What are you talking about?
Harry, as you turn around to go back to the bar, somebody just nudges past you. You see Edgar in a tuxedo walking past. He says, "Excuse me, I'm just don't mind me. I'm coming through now." And he walks on, carrying 2 ales in his hand.
Can I try and trip him up?
I'll make a dexterity saving throw. He stumbles. Whoa! You're right, madam.
Why are you down here? You should not be here.
Having a drink?
How did you find us again? How are you always finding us?
What?
Don't try and play stupid with me. I know you. I recognize you. I can see who you are. Like this tuxedo thing that you're wearing does not fool me. Just because you're not wearing your red armor does not mean that I don't recognize you, filth. You disgusting human being. We will find you and we will kill you. I won't kill you now, though, because I may not be all right at the moment. But I will kill you eventually.
Well, good luck with that.
Far too.
The nicest drow ever.
Would you, like a drink?
Yes, I will have a drink.
Edgar passes you one of his ales.
You haven't poisoned this, have you?
Not that one.
Fuck it.
It's going to Rennas anyway, isn't it?
I'm going to the bar to get him one.
You're just drinking while you're ordering. True. Getting Bella one.
So, Edgar gives you a nod and goes on his way, and he sits down and, apparently he is sharing drinks, with a lot of orcs. Like, a lot of orcs. Probably the ones you met in the ice caves.
You presumably look quite annoyed that he's just given away their beer.
Them all laughing to themselves that their friend has just been yelled at by this halfling.
Just go to the bar. Rennas, why the fuck did you just serve Edgar?
Because he paid.
But it's Edgar. Like, don't get me wrong, I did just take a drink off him, and I think it wasn't poison. But why did you serve Edgar? You should why didn't you poison both of them?
Because he only ordered one to be poisoned.
I really hope that this one wasn't poisoned. Huh. Anyway, 2 ales, please. Bella, for some reason, has fallen on the floor, and she won't get up. Could you actually come help me put her in a chair? She's, big barbarian and everything, so I can't really do it by myself.
Rennas looks at Bellatrix, and he says, "Best leave her there for now."
Why? She hasn't even had anything to drink. I don't even know why she's on the floor.
Because my legs don't work. I yell over.
And, madam, you best stay where you are as well. You might not like going outside. You had the green one, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, just sit down.
But I want to get my friend off the floor.
Not gonna work.
Oh. Okay. I'll just sit on a bar stool. Why are you okay?
The bar stool says, "Oi, get off of me!"
Oh, shit. Why? You've got talking furniture. Why have you got talking furniture? Rennas, from your perspective, Rennas, Arrabella just went to sit down on a drow.
Harry, what are you doing? Where's my ale, and why am I still on the floor? I mean, it is very comfortable floor.
Rennas, you are now sinking into the floor.
Wait, no, it's not comfy.
Basically, up to your face. It feels rather snug, actually.
Harry, I'm drowning in floor.
Rennas, why is Bella flailing on the floor?
I'm sinking into the floor. You need to pull me out.
Okay. If you say so. I'll just stay here. Yeah, whatever you said. Drink, please.
Okay. Rennas passes you a drink. So, going back outside, what are the rest of the party doing now that you have Ewan and Arri?
Can't believe you haven't got me a drink yet.
I'm staying where I'm stood.
So, Otti, Korgrin, Verity, and Bellatrix. What do you guys want to do from here?
We just peek through all the tents and have a look for any of the other slaves that we saw in the marketplace.
I want you to make It's going to be a stealth. Verity. Korgrin, you can hear Verity whisper something into Arbus's ear. Sounds like you can't get all the words, but it sounds very similar to Daddy.
Do it!
I don't want to
She
know.
says, Arbus looks at you, Verity, and she says,
I want to know.
yes, Master, I shall address to him as Master Daddy.
I don't want to know. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. I'm not gonna turn back. I'm not gonna listen. I'm not gonna speak.
Okay, so Otti, what are you looking for?
Any of the other people that we saw in the marketplace?
You do
Surely,
see them. You
down
do see
there.
them around. They are mainly congregated over here.
Okay, I'm
It's
just going to
still
start.
a market, so to speak.
More of a look after our stock so they don't run away area.
There it is.
Yeah, would we go over there and just try and, we remember Ella. We're going to try and find Ella and see who else is around there.
Just a quick question. Do we want to do this now? I mean, at the end of the day, the Drow might just see it as they're no longer their responsibility, and we now have to keep control of however many 100 slaves that will no longer be slaves. But
honestly,
do we want to do that at the end, or
I don't want them in these crappy little tents being treated badly for any longer. At least if we're there by our tent, we can keep an eye on them. We can make sure they're fed and they've got enough shelter and they're warm enough.
then do we want to go at this as, these are now our slaves declared by Arrabella? Make sure they're fed and treat them with dignity as these are now owned property. I mean, it's not ideal, but
based on the knowledge of what has happened and what's going on, if us strange people, but with the reputation we've got, walk around saying that, are people actually going to believe us? Out of character.
Korgrin is their new god.
I keep forgetting that part.
yeah.
Could you put a little token,
Kind of
a little colour on your token to
this is-
indicate that you're now God?
I'll find.
What's
Let me
a
find some
godly
angel wings.
colour?
No, you can get some angel wings, I think,
Ooh,
somewhere.
queen.
Here you go.
Hallelujah.
Perfect, I remember now.
That's the god token.
So that's why Ulara is so fucking pissed off, because you basically, in another way, different from how Cain did it, but in a way, you basically made her subservient to yourselves, because if she says, no, I'm not going to do what Korgrin says, she's going to lose her position and her power amongst her own clan, as they all now revere him as a new god.
I've given myself angel wings.
Oh. So it's quite literally a case of seeing how far you can push it before Ulara tries to kill you. Korgrin?
Don't worry, I'm tempted to set Guam free. Don't worry.
Well, technically, Guam was caught after
True, he isn't owned right now. He's just being held.
Yeah, so technically, he has to come with us.
Well, that's a shame, isn't it?
I'd like to at least try and find Ella, because Ella is
Probably servicing people right now.
exactly. At least if she's with us, then there's less chance of her
Servicing people.
Thanks.
Well,
Fuck you, Rennas.
following the directions given to you, you make your way over to the main congregation of where the slaves are, and you see a lot of the people who were locked in cages previously. Now they've just got ropes around their neck and they're tied to posts. They are under guard. Through this crowd, you do see a bit of a commotion. Actually, you see the slave owner that you previously bought from.
Depravity.
He is He is armed with a whip and a short sword that's dripping in venom, and he is swiping at other drow who are trying to get past him to the, unfortunately, the scantily clad Elle behind him. She is exposed around the chest. Looks like she suffered some wounds in the battle, and has been attacked by soldiers.
Lovely.
And it looks like the slave owner is basically just trying to protect his last bit of good stock from the common soldiery who feel entitled to her.
Are you feeling up to doing godly stuff, Korgrin?
I think I've got a bit in me. I think I can summon some mojo.
So as you get closer to her, you hear him say, "Get back, you depraved fools! She is mine, my property. I bought her. None of you have purchased. None of you have any right to her. Back!" And he swipes and catches one drow across the face with the whip, and you see him just fall to the ground, just going, "Oh!" He's bleeding from the face. As he's going, "I've got more than for any of you if you get any closer." And that's when the surroundings, they notice you people approaching. Many of the soldiers kind of just like back away immediately, like, "Oh shit, it's him, it's Korgrin, it's him." Eventually you get to the crowd, like the thick of it, and within a few seconds the depravity actually kind of dies away, and they part way for you as you're making your direction known, until eventually you come face to face with the slave owner itself, and he doesn't drop his weapons, but he does lower them a bit. Just goes, purchase the...
Did I ask you to speak? Thank you for protecting our new goods. Don't speak. Listen. You lot. I gesture towards the soldiers that were trying to commit crimes. No. Shh. Disgusting. I'd like you, right now, go back to your tents. I'd like you to flagellate yourselves for committing such heinous crimes. And when you're done, you'll be going to the priestess tent, and you'll be asking them how you can serve. Right now, these are not yours. They're mine.
I want you to make a persuasion roll at advantage, please.
Okay. I'm just not rolling well tonight. Fuck. I ain't got no mojo.
They are too scared to move at the moment. One drow does take his blade and just cuts his own throat with it.
Oh my god.
That's very far. Oh no.
A gesture at that one. Don't do that. Do not. That's not flagellation. That's self-mutilation. That's suicide. Don't do that.
We have no reason to live if the great Lord Korgrin finds us despicable.
You can atone.
Do better.
You can atone. You can serve in honour of the great Lord Korgrin. You can do better. Do you not wish my blessing?
And they drop to their knees and prostrate before you.
And do as I command. Be gone.
They scamper away, still on their knees, still bowing away from you. It's a slow process as they back away, just like
It's a reverse shuffle, yeah.
Basically, dragging their face through the dirt, basically. The slave owner is still there. He's refusing to look you in the eyes. Whereas your last meeting with him, he was confident, he was cocky, he was in control. Now you just see a defeated man knowing there's nothing he can do.
I grab his chin. Just look at me. Don't look at me. Look at me. I said, don't look at me. Don't look at me. Look at me. Don't look at me. These slaves are mine. Isn't that right?
You command.
Thank you for protecting them. That was very good of you.
I
Be on your way.
wish your inventory to be damaged, Lord.
Indeed. Now make sure, you, Depravity, you're in charge, making sure that these slaves are freed of their bindings. However, they are my property. And don't look at me. I do not wish them to come to any harm. I wish them to be fed, cared for, and we will collect them when that time is due. Am I understood?
Yes.
Look at me. I said don't look at me.
I'm confused.
He does look very confused.
Bella's also just stood there like, looking and looking away like, oh fuck.
Verity is taking notes.
Didn't say Simon Says.
Good. Now fulfill your duty.
As you command.
Plonk myself back on Tense's floating disc.
I'm gonna should we take Ella with us?
That's gone unless you wanted me to make it again.
Get her some clothes. Do we have any? Do we have any clothes? Or
We have the tree outfit.
Depravity takes off his cloak and wraps it around her.
That'll do. Thank you.
Can I?
You're coming with us. I pointed at Ella and gesture.
Thank you, Master. I promise I will serve you well.
I don't really like that term in this context.
I explain the situation to her that we're calling each other by her first names. Shut up, Verity.
Call her and him Daddy.
As you wish, Master. I am yours to command. Mama and Daddy.
I could just tell her not to call me that, but I feel like Verity would just tell her to do it again, so I'm just going to have to bear with it.
I will.
There it is.
Alright, so Ella joins you alongside Arwis and Ruan.
Impressive.
Where would you guys like to go from here? The word has gotten out, and I say basically just through innately giving odd commands here and there, the word has spread pretty quickly that all unpurchased slaves are now the property of the Lord Korgrin Bravebeard.
Yeah.
How many people is that roughly?
I'm just going to give you a good 100 people, basically.
Okay.
That works.
I reckon
Basically.
that we take these three back to where our camp is and get them set up so that they can rest around there, and then have a wander around, see if anyone else decides to kick slaves out or anything like that we can go and help.
Mm-hmm. Verity totally isn't thinking about what she could do with 100 people.
Could I ask Riwan and Arwis to tend to Ella's wounds when they get back there?
As you command, Master Daddy.
Oh, there it is. I know you died, but too far.
So I'd say for the sake of brevity, you guys escort them back, along with a procession of recently purchased slaves, back to your tent. And the crowd that was there has since dispersed. And with Korgrin's return, they do try to crowd around you again. However, the amount of slaves that are there, they go to attack some of the slaves, but the word's put out pretty quickly that these belong to you, and they immediately shy away from it. They know basically that they're looking at these slaves as if they are pieces of very valuable treasure, and knowing if they touch these individuals, their lives are basically forfeit. Their understanding now. You can clearly tell, Korgrin, that just the way that these people are acting, you can cast Cain, as far as they're concerned, you can cast Cain's judgment again whenever you want. And this time you don't have to spare them.
And let them continue to believe that.
For
now.
So where will you guys go from after that?
I mean, I don't know. Maybe I should probably go find my sister. I don't know.
I mean,
They've gone to
probably
the
getting
pub.
bladdered. Yeah, she's probably getting bladdered.
I think there are
worst
people.
that could
I didn't
happen?
get a single beer.
I think there are people.
They're probably singing bad karaoke by now or something like that. I don't know.
Probably. There are more, I think there are people who actually need our help at the moment. If people have words got out and we actually need help, so I might just have a little bit of walk. What the hell is that?
Join your sister. You can join your sister. That's fine.
I don't know.
At least you're not telling the slaves to call us mommy and daddy anymore.
I could spread that around.
Do not spread word. Please, I just... Please.
Might be safest at the pub, you know.
Korgrin, almighty god of all, just...
Daddy! Thank you, Daddy! Thank you for your blessing, Daddy.
Whenever
Take it to the
you're
pub.
address
Go to the pub.
Korgrin, yes, Daddy harder.
Mm.
It hurts so good.
So demoralizing for these poor slaves.
They don't have to do it for too long. They'll be gone soon.
You say it like that.
Jesus.
In a good way, obviously.
Sounds like you're contributing to the 1,000 souls component.
I mean...
Oh.
Hey, Rennas is the one who issued the challenge.
What challenge?
Oh. We were talking about cults, and she was like, "What about my cult?" I was like, "When you destroy a city, we'll talk." I'm assuming is what Verity's talking about.
Yes. Like, this whole Korgrin shenanigans, okay, it's cute, and I can appreciate it, but Cult of Steve is feeling very outshined right now. So, some unicorn imagery is going to have to end up somewhere.
And this isn't even a permanent residence anymore. They're probably just going to leave.
It's going to be somewhere!
So,
Well-
where are you guys going to head? Are you guys going to head off to the tavern then?
Well, there's Talion, who's dealing with, like, helping people, the
Yeah, that's
injured,
what he's
right?
doing, yeah.
I would like Guam as well, so that at least he's not a slave anymore. And I would like to speak to the prisoners, so I would like to do all of them.
Mhm. Well, just move your token to who you'd like to go deal with next. Otti, Verity, Bellatrix. Go ahead, move your tokens to whoever you want to, whatever you want to do.
I'll go with the group, so wherever everybody go, I'll go.
Priestess tent, interesting.
Well, Laura said they might be planning to kill you, so I'm going to just see if I can do some scouting to make sure, nothing's going to happen too soon.
I mean, fair. I have told them that I will be leaving soon, so they do not need to worry, but we'll see how well that
Might not be
goes.
soon enough, mate.
Indeed. Let's go to Guam. I feel bad for Guam.
Wham.
Bellatrix, Otti, where are you guys heading off to?
I will go. Yeah, I'm going with Corgi. Why not?
If before Bella leaves, I might ask if she can leave the journal with me so I can have a reread of one of the passages, if that's all right.
Sure thing.
I'm just going to sit in the tent and read for a bit.
Now I want to sit with you. I'm going to sit with you.
Okay, so Otti and Bellatrix, you guys sit as Otti begins to read. Meanwhile, back in the tavern.
Meanwhile,
Oh, no.
Harry's just there, like.
So, Rennas, you can swim through the floor.
This is amazing. I'm going to use
It's
my
amazing.
new floor swimming technique to go underneath tables and steal everyone's purses without them noticing.
Oh no.
Rennas, I want you to make a stealth check. The higher, the better.
I knew I should have gone into the pub.
Okay, so you are able to move underneath the table completely unnoticed. And you find bits and pieces on the ground. You are able to get them and pocket them. Arrabella, from your perspective, Bellatrix is just rolling across the ground,
I thought it was
hitting
me.
into chairs and tables, and reaching out and just basically untying shoelaces and yanking at pockets. And people just go, "What the hell are you doing, mate? What the hell are you doing?" And you just see Rennas Bellatrix just rolling around with this big grin on her face, saying, "No one can see me. No one can see me."
I am the knight.
That's how Rennas normally hides.
However, Arri, the door to the tavern opens and a light shines in. Korgrin has walked in, and he appears to follow some kind of angelic chorus behind him. However, he looks different. He's a lot bigger, and he's had a haircut, and boy did he get jacked.
I already was.
Oh, jeez.
Thank you for capturing my imagery in
Korgrin.
such a perfect way. I couldn't have pictured Korgrin any otherwise.
Korgrin the Mighty looks at you, Arrabella, and he smiles.
Oh god, you're gonna play on Harry's crush on Korgrin. This is gonna make
You
me go red.
winks.
This
Oh,
is your
no.
hallucination, Arri, and enjoy it.
Hi, I like what
Hey,
you've done with your
baby.
hair.
Oh no. Oh god.
How you
Baby?
doing?
Johnny Bruff.
Baby? Is
Yeah.
that a dig at dig at my height?
No. It's a term of enjoyment in the Dwarven culture.
Did you snip off some brain cells with your hair?
Ooh.
No, I only got smarter.
I really should have gone to the bar.
And with my newfound intelligence, my dear, do I truly realize just how much I love you?
Oh, wow.
Will you be mine
Oh, dear.
forever?
Korgrin, I don't know what to say.
Don't say anything. Just kiss me, baby.
It's a bugbear.
Bellatrix, Rennas, from your perspective, Arri appears to be flirting with a quaggoth who has just walked in.
Oh dear.
Very aggressively, I feel, as well. She's got him against the wall.
It's kind of like it is actually kind of the opposite way around here. Like the Quaggoth is like, "What the hell is going on?" And every time he grunts, Arri just goes red and kind of giggles a little.
Each to their own. If Ari's interested in Quaggoth, she's welcome to Quaggoth.
Not here, Korgrin. Not with everyone around. Like, everybody's here. Like, even Wicca's here. We can't do this now.
Oh, it'll just make them jealous.
Not today. Not right now.
All
Keep
right,
it for
then,
me and you.
But I'll be waiting for you. Hold on to it real good. You've got my heart, and I'm gonna snatch yours too.
Till then.
He
This is going to
basically
make
just does
such
that.
awkward roleplay later.
He kisses his lips, and he exits through the entrance of the tavern, just smiling at you the entire way. Rennas, from your perspective, the Quaggoth is like just backing away, like it's going to be attacked and killed at any moment, and it's just looking really scared, just like backing away from a tiger. He's just like, and then runs away.
Arri, calm down. Can't you see he's not interested?
God.
Bellatrix is telling you that that Korgrin the Mighty is not interested in you.
You have no idea what you saw. Like, pay attention to your own. Why are you swimming around the floor, you idiot?
Shh, you can't see me.
Everyone can see you.
No,
he's covered.
I am
He's covered in all
stealthy.
kinds of ale stains as well. He's just like been splattered in stuff. Rennas, as far as you're concerned, you're covered in gold at the moment. You've got so much money in this place.
Arri, you haven't seen how much I've gotten. It's amazing. There's gold everywhere, and no one can see me take it.
Bella, you're not Rennas. Stop trying to be. Jesus Christ.
That could never be as good as Rennas. Stealing stuff, Lesley. Calm down.
I'm gonna smack you.
Snap.
I'm so sorry you've been brought into this, Bella.
Okay. So, anyways, that's what's happening in the tavern. Going back outside. So, Verity, you head on over to the priestess's tent. You can see a number of the elite drow, the ones that were assisting them in the battle, are standing out guard outside, and you do hear loud chanting coming from within.
I'm gonna go up to one of the guard dudes, burp in his face. Sorry, not gonna do that, obviously. Gonna be like,
So you head up to him, and he goes, "You're not welcome round here. You may have been an ally. You may have been an ally, but Loth doesn't recognize you."
That's cool. Like, Loth's pretty neat. I just wanted to say, like, if the priestesses were cool and stuff, and like, civil relations. I'm the civil relations department.
Your HR or PR. Yeah,
The what?
public relations.
I'm public relations. Oh, RR, religious relations here. The RRR, religious relations representative. Hello. Totally not made up for it now.
What? You have no business here.
Well,
Please-
Loth's a religion, isn't it?
She is the religion.
The religion. Well, then I have every intention of being here because, religious relations, I want to help you guys promote Loth back into your community. That is why I'm really here. I don't even know if I'm lying or not.
I thought you were with the
Bearded
Ugh.
one.
Oh yeah, he's like a friend, and he's doing well for himself. But I truly think that, like, if I spent a night at your hotels, Barnabas, that spider, absolute dream.
Barnaby.
I didn't sleep, but I don't sleep, so I
Um,
can confirm that all 8 hours were great.
make a persuasion roll.
Trying to confuse the guard. Oh my god.
He's like, if I let you see the priestesses, will you go away?
Of course, I'll be talking to them then, won't I?
He leans his head through the
If
flap
they're
of the
not too
tent.
busy, I don't want to interrupt them if they're doing anything, because that would be bad.
You do speak Elvish, right?
I don't. I speak Celestial and Halfling. Not Common. I've been talking in Halfling this whole time.
Well, let's just say that this guy does speak Common. He leans into his back and he starts speaking in Elvish. And he leans out and he says, they will see you for a moment.
Yay!
Make it quick and don't talk too much. So you go inside and you see a number of matrons there are currently in a ritual circle that is glowing kind of a pinkish hue-like color. One of them breaks this circle and comes to look at you, comes to stare at you, and she
I
says,
see.
"¿Estás in the Arrabella?"
I assume you're speaking Elvish. Unfortunately, I am not so lucky to know such a beautiful language.
Des?
Yeah.
She's like looking at you in a way of like, what did you, what, basically?
Who let this small child into my tent?
Basically, I'm just here to assure to you guys that the guy I'm with, the Korgrin dude, he's gonna be gone soon. Capiche?
Crikey. Edith, what is it? Korgrin. Elle, Edith. Yeah, Korgrin.
Okay, communication is like the most important form of a relationship, and I would really like for this relationship, however brief it might be, to be working very functional right now. So if you could please be common, would help. Because I know you can understand it, because you're understanding me right now.
The lady in front of you goes to cast a spell.
Okay, I guess I'll just let it happen. If I die,
Okay.
I'll die again.
Okay, so she casts power word kill on you. No, of course not. I saw Leslie's face there. It was great.
Or does she?
I mean, that would be the way I'd go. Just pissing someone off enough till they use power word kill on me.
No, she
Already
casts
happened.
she casts comprehend languages.
Okay, neat.
You recognise the spell as you have cast it yourself.
I don't think I've ever cast comprehend languages, but I guess I would know it's not like a
Well,
spell.
someone has cast it.
I cast it in the game.
I've cast message or sending when we were speaking to the giants.
No, I know for a fact that somebody has cast comprehend languages.
I have the Eyes of the Runekeeper, so I can read every language.
That might be it then.
Which has totally not helped his
Well,
at all.
in any
but whatever.
in any case, well, I would say you're high level enough to know what a first level spell looks like. So yeah, you are aware that she has cast comprehend languages. There.
Or this would work.
Yeah. So she seems to actually understand what you're saying now.
Do I understand her?
No, the spell doesn't work in reverse, unfortunately. She does not speak common.
Okay, so I guess we're gonna have to start playing a game of charades here, ladies. Who's up?
They look at each other and they look annoyed.
Or not? Korgrin bad. Yes? Like, let me just so you guys can see my face. Korgrin bad.
She slowly nods.
Him? Going soon. No more Korgrin!
She slowly nods.
So, we don't need to kill. Yes?
She slowly shakes her head.
As in, no, we don't need to kill, or no, we do need to kill?
She slowly withdraws a dagger.
Okay,
She slowly puts the dagger away.
Oh my god.
3 days.
Don't even think 3. Could go in tomorrow.
She puts
I know,
up
but just
one.
in case.
She puts up one finger.
Because like shit happens to us all the time, and like sometimes we didn't even intend to end up here. We were just meant to find some cultists, and then
She holds that
broke.
one finger up, and she takes her other hand and she breaks her own finger, and she doesn't even flinch.
Oh my god.
Okay, that's kind of
And
hard.
she snaps it back
Wait,
into
I don't
place.
know. I'm very confused. Am I still 16 looking?
Yes.
I'm
You
very
are
confused.
16.
I'm going through like a puberty again. This is very hard for me right now.
Puberty 2 Electric Boogaloo.
Loft's great. Love Loft. Can't wait for the Spider Hotel to be back. I cannot wait to meet Barnabas too, I guess, because he's probably dead, which really sucks.
You have a cat on your head,
Pilgrim
Lesley.
saved the spiders, but huh?
You have a cat. Lesley has a cat on her head.
Oh. Yeah, it does look like ninjas on her head.
Wonder where my dog is. Really?
So okay.
So, she is maintaining that one finger that she just broke and put back into place. Up.
I just want to know if there's anything I can do to make you guys like not as angry, because we want the people here to keep supporting Loft. That works for you guys. Well, what happened with Korgrin, I'm pretty sure it was mostly just like an accident.
Make a persuasion roll.
Do not undermine my power.
Persuasion.
Yes.
Eh.
She slowly walks up to you, draws the dagger, and shoves it in your hand and says, Korgrin.
Again, charades, ladies. I am very bad.
She wants you to kill me.
You want me to kill him?
She nods.
Can't do that. My god won't let me. I support unicorn. Unicorns and spiders, they're like this.
She starts laughing, and she's, get there, we're there. And they all start laughing at about 6 women.
This is like high school all over again.
Look on the bright side, you're supposed to make someone laugh once a day. Congratulations!
I get asked to kill people and then they laugh at me for believing in unicorns. I mean, not the initial reaction I wanted. Okay.
The dagger you have in your hand is actually coated in venom. It's a pretty nice dagger.
Sorry, my mind literally went to, okay, I guess I'll be giving this to Rennas then.
Same, actually. Rennas would like that.
Missed what I'd like. Sorry.
Sorry, we're talking pills.
Me.
Ouch, bow wow.
There's enough Korgrin the Mighty to go
Cult
around.
wants me to kill Korgrin because he started a cult.
Yeah,
And nobody
basically.
cares about my cult. This is so unfair, you guys.
Might as well go back to the surface where your cult matters.
It doesn't even matter there. I'm the only member, I'm pretty sure.
You don't belong here.
Well, to be fair, like, when you started your cult, you had a more popular cult following you around, so you didn't have a very good start of it. So, but now that the cult's gone back home, maybe you can, have another recruiting drive.
It's not. I don't really do a recruiting drive. I'm just around saying like, Steve's awesome, and
Who's Steve?
Yeah.
So she's looking at you with a tempered look.
I just want them to like us. Why am I such a
Well, she's giving you the answer of how you want. If you want them to like you, you know what you need to do.
I'm gonna think about this. Might do it, might not. Just letting you know. Steve is a fickle one, as I'm sure Lois has her points. And I respect that.
She puts up her finger again. Just
okay.
puts the one there.
One, maybe 1.5. 1.5.
She slowly moves her hand back to the finger.
Don't break your finger again. You're intimidating enough as it is, okay? I'm pretty sure you could just all manner of horrors to me.
She nods quite enthusiastically to that.
Huh?
She nods quite enthusiastically to that.
Okay, well, I hope you guys have fun contacting Lolf. Leave this to me. Don't worry about it. Bye-bye. And I just walk out of there with the dagger, like...
And you leave the tent with the priestesses with the venom dagger in hand. For intents and purposes.
So, Verity, where do your loyalties lie?
Obviously, I want to kill you guys and join the hot priest cult, but can't do that.
So I'm just going to actually put something in your inventory. Verity.
Okay.
To she.
If you killed one of us as a sign of your faith, and then Korgrin brought us back, it's just 300 diamonds, and you get
They
your
want me
place
to
at the.
kill Korgrin.
I mean, that's the tricky bit.
Could bring us back.
I mean, technically, we do have a scroll. I mean, biff that roll.
I mean, we'll be gone in a day. This will at least keep them off our back.
There you go, Verity. There you go, Verity.
Sounds like a dagger of venom.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
There we go. Rennas finally has his magical weapon.
Can I have that?
What
Don't kill me.
the person who cannot have poison, a poisoned weapon, with his track record of rolling ones?
Hey, he either kills something real good or he kills himself.
Real good.
Traditionally, Rennas.
He rolls a 1. Oh, this is the pointy end.
Just want to
he's
be not
holding it.
useless when I'm attacking.
So, Korgrin, you go to see Guam. So, as you get close to this particular encampment, you can see that some palisades have been hastily built in a circle, but it's not a good enough job because you can see the large, bold stone head of a stone giant, basically just looking over the top of it and just looking, bemused to say the least. And he sees you coming, and he shouts out, "Oi! You right, little man? What are you doing here, eh?"
I start speaking back to him, but I've accidentally slipped into the new language that I've learned, which is giant.
Oh, I can understand you a lot better now. You're speaking smart like.
Aye, that's definitely the case. I'm speaking a higher purpose language. Truly the words for intellectuals such as you and I.
Oh, well, I'm glad you
Smart speak.
I'm glad you actually learned something worth your time. Actually, you're a bit dull speaking to you in fucking common. I'll be.
It's slow, isn't it? The rest of them, they're a bit drippy,
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, especially the elf one. Yeah, definitely him.
So what are you doing? So what are you doing here anyway?
Has anyone bought you? Like, are you a slave now, or?
No. Well, me and my brother Crimlog, we were making our lair as we were, and then these drow came along and they said, "Oh, we got tipped off that you were here." So they killed Crimlog and they locked me up, and I was about to be sold. So,
Oh, I'm very sorry to hear about your brother.
oh,
That's
he
a
was
very
a he
sad.
was a oh, he was a cunt. Don't worry about it.
Well, fair enough. If a cunt's a cunt, then so be it. But still, if
No,
you,
I'm way smarter and better looking than he was. I'll be honest. I think I'll be better on my own.
I can see that. Well, if nobody has bought you yet, if you're actually in process and the exchange hasn't happened, you're actually mine now.
I don't fucking belong to no one.
Uh,
They just
It's
got
a-
really. They hit me with this venom, and then I fell unconscious. But honestly, once my strength gets back, I'll kill them all. That's what I'll do. Yeah.
that's fine, and you're entitled to do that. But you might die in the process. Now, if you stick with me for just a couple of hours, you can get out of here and go back to building your lair, maybe somewhere else. Because I think was it Crimlog that told you to make that your lair?
Oh no, it was my idea, but he claimed it as his own.
Ah, well, exactly. You can make your own lair that's even better, somewhere further away, and you don't have to worry about these drow anymore.
Let me stare at you intently whilst I see just how persuasive you are.
Okay.
Make a persuasion.
That's like my
I don't
third
fi-
eight.
I don't find you very persuasive at the moment, mate.
I'm a bit tired. That'll be why. But don't you think you just want to leave for a little bit sooner? You don't have to get yourself killed.
Well, whatever.
Plus, the sooner you get back to your lair, sooner you can take Crimlock's shit and be gone.
Well, actually, there was one little thing. If you
What?
want me to, like not kill everyone and go with you, there is one thing you could do actually.
Sure.
Now, I've heard that up top, it's all just magical fantasy shit.
Aye.
Apparently, you can do whatever the fuck you want upside, and nothing bad happens. Like it's all just dreams. None of it's real.
I mean, I wouldn't say that, but there's a lot more freedom to do what you want up there.
Oh, well, no, there's loads of freedom down there. Now up there, it's apparently none of it fucking matters. Can you take me up there? If you promise you'll take me up there, just for just for me to experience what it's like to have no consequences for my actions, then I will follow you and I'll not kill everyone.
We can certainly try. How does that sound?
Sounds to me like we got a fucking deal.
Put her there.
He reaches down his arm, which basically encompasses his hand, which basically encompasses your entire arm up to your shoulder. And he basically lifts you up and down as a shake.
Good. Yep, good deal. That was splendid, fantastic. Now, I'll let these people know that you're mine. Try not to kill anyone, and just head over. I'll take you. I'll show you where our tent is, or maybe I can ask one of the people to show you where our tent is, and you can just sit down for a little bit, have a little nap, maybe.
All right. Right. Get me out of this. Get me out of this.
Yeah. We'll do. And slipping back into common, I will let the guards know.
Okay, so they begrudgingly, or not begrudgingly, but they nervously let Guam out. And the first thing he does, he steps on one of them.
Oh, Guam.
Oh, sorry, I didn't fucking see him down there.
No more stepping or no up top.
All right. I mean, most of the drow already have their blades out ready, but they see you taking control of him, and they actually respect you more for taming such a savage giant.
It killed many of their men. Now, no killing. You take him to the tent and make sure he doesn't step on anyone or anything like that.
All right. So a drow starts leading him away, and you see him basically tiptoeing the entire way, minding his step.
It's probably quite difficult, actually, like walking through an ant colony and just...
Yeah, that's effectively what's happening.
Maybe not ant. Like ant, I feel is extreme. Maybe like he's walking through mice. Oh shit! Fuck. Yes.
So Bellatrix and Otti. After about half an hour, 45 minutes of sitting in a tent, you hear outside. Right around here. Righto. Fuck off.
Fuck.
Oh God, we're being attacked again.
I put my head out the tent.
You see Guam standing there scratching his ass.
Okay. Hey.
Ah, my dude.
Look, it's the smart one.
Yo. How's it going?
Oh, I'm doing all right. How are you fucking doing?
Yeah, not too bad, man. Where's your brother?
Oh, he's dead.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Oh, don't worry about it. He's a cunt. I'm better off without him.
Fair enough. Okay. Oh.
Do you want some food?
Oh, I love some food. Who can I eat?
Can't eat people.
Yes, I fucking can.
No, you can't. Otherwise.
Yes, I can. Watch. And he reaches down, picks up one of the humans, and he goes to take a bite.
No. Put him down. Put him down.
Why?
Put him down.
Why?
Put him down.
All right. The human just runs away crying.
I'm so sorry. What are you doing?
Well, you said I couldn't, and I said I could. I was about to show you that I could.
You shouldn't.
Oh, well, that's fucking boring.
I know. I throw an apple up at him.
What the fuck is this?
Right, they're nice.
Tastes like rat's piss.
Yeah. But it's healthy.
Ow.
I was like, I like them.
Ow, you just said a bad word. It hurt my ears.
You can say the word cunt, but you can't say the word healthy.
Ow, stop swearing. You hurt my ears.
I whisper it under my breath. Alright, we'll try and find you some proper food, but just sit tight here.
All right. And he sits down, nearly sitting on one of the dwarves by him, but the dwarf gets out of the way in time.
I'll probably ask the gathering of people if there's any food to try and get some food.
There is food, but it's underdark food.
It's better than nothing.
So, exotic to say the best. So Otti and Bellatrix, what would you guys like to do inside your tent?
Down chicka wow.
Oh, we'd be reading.
I've been reading and like taking extracts and sending it out and like showing Bella and being like, what do you think of that line?
Bella's just been staring at Otti like this.
Can I make an intelligence roll to see if I can put 1 and 1 together to make 2 in the journal?
Yeah, in regards to what?
There is a certain line in there that I'm like, I didn't realise that.
I mean, it's not really an intelligence roll. It is just there, and you can clearly see it.
Yeah. Do you think this guy is like my granddad?
I mean, there's a good chance. Sounds like it to me. We'll probably have to go to Miltokyo and ask him if we wanted confirmation, because the book doesn't give more information than that.
Yeah. I don't know who else was in the painting either, so I don't know anything.
Well, we can go find out if you'd like.
Maybe.
I'd like to go to Miltokyo. It sounds nice.
It does sound nice.
Do you actually have the description of the painting on you?
Not the full painting.
Because as far as I remember, it was just of Eleanor and Orien, and the father of Orien had been destroyed.
Oh, the father of Orien. There was half of it was burned.
The partner of the other person in the portrait was destroyed.
Yeah, that's the part that I kind of remember. I've got the pen. I've got a portrait, and I've got the story of that the orc said. I'd like to know what's in this painting at some point, and he might know.
No.
Okay.
I think the others would like to go too.
I know. I think we've got to finish off here first and go and see the king at the very least. And it does say that. Just reading down again. Oh, he's got the gauntlets. They're not in Jarashkai.
Yeah, he has them now.
The way that the journal is written, it suggests that Suam Pati stole the gauntlets from Jarashkai after Eleanor's execution.
If they were stolen from Jarashkai, maybe there's the archive here where there is other stuff.
Yeah, I think didn't Korgrin go there to the archive?
He went to
the
an
Temple of Order.
archive. He went to the Temple of Order to look at an archive for genealogies.
Okay. Yeah, probably.
A lot of people might benefit from that and have a little bit of closure, so... Okay.
There's a lot of stuff in this book.
There's a lot of stuff in this book.
Okay. So, you guys continue to read on. Verity, you would eventually run into Korgrin just outside the pen to where Guam is. You actually do see Guam walking off in the distance.
Okay, so I have the dagger and I've woken up to him and I'm like, I'm supposed to kill you by tomorrow if you're not gone. Things escalated. I was not prepared for that.
Now, did you upset them into killing me, or was this already a plan in motion?
Well, turns out they don't speak Common. I don't speak Elvish. Huge miscommunication there. The first part, I brought Rennas with me as a translator. Don't even know how I got in the tent, to be honest. And then, they did a thing so they could understand me, but I still couldn't understand them. And there was a lot of finger breaking. They broke their own fingers. They break their own fingers.
I can do that too, and I try and do the magic trick where you do the the that, and just
make a deception check.
I'm gonna roll a fucking
That
one.
one.
I haven't rolled above 10 all night.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do an insight.
Close enough. Close enough.
Don't get a natural one.
Wow.
Or two. Double doggy dare you two.
Oh, I have to do an insight.
Yeah, do an insight. Yeah.
Fuck's sake.
Rennas, I'm not a child, okay? I'm 16. Go prepare me again. It's not hot, okay? I'm supposed to be 18 in a month or so. I don't know. Anyway.
Your birthday is coming up, Verity, actually. Your birthday is coming up.
I don't know when it is.
You'll be 17 again.
Sweet 17.
It doesn't end soon, the effect, right?
No, it's permanent.
The fuck?
You're 16 permanent.
I'm immortal!
Count yourself lucky. Some people would love to become younger again.
Oh, sure. I'd love to be patronized for yet another year. Anyway.
If it's any consolation, you're probably
you technically could have become 9 years younger. It was that risky.
That would have been funny. That was great. Toddler Verity, none of you are safe. A toddler who was like a level 9 sorcerer. You're fucked.
Goo goo gaga, fireball.
I don't like this man who gave me greens on my plate.
Polymorph, you're now a dog.
You're now my new pet lizard. Enjoy it while I
Aw.
put you in a glass vial until polymorph wears off.
Oh dear.
Oh,
So,
So yeah, I don't think I made them angry. I was just like, hey, I'm gonna make sure this dude leaves because, you know, Laura said that they might be trying to kill you, and then they were all like, and I was like, give us like 3 days, because like we could be gone within a day, but shit happens all the time, and we might get stuck here for like an extra day or something. I don't know. And then they were all like, no, one break finger. It's like not necessary, but that's what they did.
Fair enough. I mean, that was the plan anyway, is to you know, when we leave to return the power to Ulara, I certainly don't want, you know, a bunch of drow followers. Not really good for a dwarf's reputation to be known as a god to the drow. That could set off all kinds of presumptions or assumptions, or, you know, try to go
Well,
home.
I did try to explain the whole thing that you weren't really interested in. It was more of an accident kind of thing. Like, not that the whole, you know, your granddad being super awesome and shit, but like everyone thinking you as a god is kind of like unintentional.
I mean, between you and me it is, but, you know, when we leave, yeah.
Oh yeah, like I am saying that in a more hushed tone. Stage whisper right now.
I mean, fair
At least
enough.
we have like a
Good to know.
guaranteed day where they won't be coming after you because they think I'm coming after you.
True. That, or it's a ploy, and they're gonna pull a fast
If
one.
you
And
accidentally
there's someone
die,
behind me right now, and I turn around. Is there anyone trying to kill me?
make a perception check.
Don't like that.
Gonna roll a 10 because I'm rolling well. Yeah, 16.
Nobody's
No.
coming to kill you, but you do see somebody spying on you.
hey, here's the
One
thing:
of the
spying
if
on
you
us.
die by
one of the
accident,
one of the elite guards that you would know would be protecting the priestesses.
I mean, it's not
And-
as if we can really hide. I'm kind of got a procession right now.
Hey, and Korgrin, if you do die by accident, I can take credit, and then they'll be my friends.
Don't do that.
Oh, okay.
Drow aren't very nice people.
I am having a lot of confused feelings, but that's okay. Anyway, let's go give this dagger to Rennas. It's poison.
I mean,
Surely
either
that won't end terribly.
I mean, did the last time you were with the rest, did you know if anyone wanted to see the prisoners or to interrogate them, or should I just be on my way? Because I wanted to speak to some of them.
You know, there is something that I could have done that would have helped this whole situation with us running around go a lot easier. If I had cast that telepathic bond spell that I know, we would all be able to talk to each other no matter the distance, as long as we were on the same plane. But hey.
Can you imagine what Arri and Rennas would be sending you right now if you'd set up that spell?
Yeah. Bella'd be really confused that like you'd be talking to Bella, and Bella's like, but I'm not even there.
I'm sure you would have to do something to make it telepathic. But
You
I'd
think?
probably do that on permanent. Like when you butt dial someone, don't realise you've done it, but you've done it.
it's like Bella's fucking butt dialed me. No, not Bella. Ari's fucking butt dialed me, and she won't hang up.
Yeah.
Talking about
Can't block it
Korgrin
out.
Mighty and his amazing pecs, like
And I can just
I'm
fucking
here.
hear Rennas in the background knocking down tables, saying, "I'm invisible. Like
I'm filthy, stinking rich.
she doesn't
Oh,
know
you're
how
just
to,
filthy and
she doesn't
stinking.
know how to use the phone, so she doesn't know how to like end the call. It's just
She puts on speaker, projects it out.
oh.
So,
I wonder if there's a way I could use that, like telepathic bond and then thaumaturgy to make it so I'm like an answer phone.
Probably not. You'd just be
No.
saying what you're hearing.
yeah.
Like, can you change what your voice sounds like? With thaumaturgy,
You
probably
can
not.
change your voice sounds like that, but telepathic bond is telepathy. So
There you go.
Well, this is what I'm saying. It's like
Would have helped you
listening to what
translate
they
that
say,
drow
but then
thing if
saying
I
it
was
like
sober.
them.
But yes, that was basically me saying, did anyone else want to go see the prisoners, or are you all happy doing what you're doing?
I quite want to say yes, just because it'd be hilarious to try and have a conversation with prisoners and do that shit while I'm off my face, but no.
Arri is rather flustered.
I can't stand.
So she will not be engaging in.
She'll veto.
I really, really want to go into that bar, man.
You can.
But
You were looking for Rennas. You're gonna give him a dagger.
I'm looking for shenanigans, and I kind of want to avoid my sister at this point because it's going to be the whole, oh yes, I died, I'm sorry, won't happen again.
It happens again. Fucking Always Sunny in Philadelphia rolls. It won't happen again. Verity dies. Dun, 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 da, 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 da. Otti, Bella, were you happy reading through the journal?
We just being cute together, I think.
Oh, okay.
Like little gays.
Ha!
There it is. There it is.
Then yeah, I'm gonna head to the prisoners then, and if Verity wants to come, she
Korgrin
can.
gets
If she
over
wants
to
to go
the
to you,
prisoners.
Yeah, like this is a
Sister.
common thing. This teaming up with.
I'm noticing a pattern. You give me advantage, so my rolls aren't shit.
I'm just there being loud.
It works.
So-
It's kind of like a good cop, bad cop, but instead of
Good
being
cop,
a
weird
bad
cop.
I'm just an annoying cop. So it's like good cop, annoying cop.
Quiet
There we
cop,
go.
loud cop.
So, Korgrin and Verity are heading over to prisoners. Meanwhile, in the tavern, so
We're back.
it's been a couple of hours now, and Arrabella and Rennas, both sort of just for yourselves awake a little, and you look around. You've been stuffed in a corner, and you feel odd. Rennas, you find yourself completely covered in beer stains and all kinds of other such bits and pieces.
I'm just patting my pockets down, trying to find all that gold I stole. I was like, fuck, where's it gone?
There's no gold. You find a few string pieces and corks, and that's about it.
I've been robbed.
And Arrabella, the lady bartender, is back. Rennas is beside you. You don't know where Bella is.
Where's Bella gone? And why were you working behind the bar?
What? Did you rob me?
Why would I rob you?
I had loads of gold. I was swimming in fucking gold last night. Well, an hour ago, and now it's all just vanished, and I'm covered in shit. What the fuck's happened? I didn't see Bella at all. Why are you talking about Bella?
Like, you were working behind the bar. I don't know where you thought you got all this gold from. I hope you haven't pilfered the bar.
I'm sorry. Did you just swear at me and imply that I was working? That's
Yeah,
working is a euphemism for fucking robbing from people. I don't do the W word.
Like, to be fair, in a bar, you could very well have been robbing from people. I don't know. And yeah, Bella was here.
I think
she was trying to be you. She was like swimming around the floor saying, I am so stealthy. I'm stealing all this stuff. I am so rich.
If I'd ever say that out loud.
Like, it's Bella. Like, we love her to bits, but let's be fair, she's not, the most intelligent.
I mean, I didn't see her last night. All I saw was you with weird eyes. There's a huge little colourful swirling light thing going on where the bar should have been. That was weird. Didn't get an ale. I remember asking you for an ale. I never got one.
Like, you were working behind the bar. Why didn't you just pour yourself one?
I was not working behind the bar.
Fine, you were volunteering behind the bar. I don't know.
It's just ridiculous.
Sidelining behind the bar? Pilfering from the bar? I don't know. You were there, though.
Was I behind the bar?
You were. I was literally talking to you while you were behind the bar.
I don't think you were.
Also, be really careful of the furniture. It talks. I'm not sure if it's a mimic or not, but yeah, it doesn't like you sitting on it. Like some of it. Obviously, this is okay with us sitting on it because we're sat on it, but yeah.
I'm getting
And Edgar
flashbacks
was
of you
here.
sitting on a drow last night.
I like there were no drow in here. Like they all just. Oh.
Hey, this is a drow bar. Of course there were drow in here. Drow Town. Who the fuck else was here?
Edgar was here. Wicker, Zara.
I don't think Edgar was here. And if he was here, why is he not dead?
He gave me a drink. He didn't give me the poisoned one, though. He kept the poisoned one for himself.
And you believed him? What's wrong with you? The Arri I know would never accept a drink from Edgar, poisoned or otherwise.
He was in a tuxedo. I don't know. I guess he looked cute. I have no idea.
That's weird.
So, yeah, like, you would... Arri remembers the other bit of the night that she's not going to talk about, so she just kind of giggles to herself.
You harassing a quaggoth?
Pardon?
You were harassing a quaggoth last night. I looked up and this poor thing looked terrified of you. And you only came up to his knees.
It's only been a couple of hours. It's not last night. It's only been a couple of hours.
Like, I didn't interact with a quaggoth as far as... Are you sure you weren't seeing things? Like,
seeing things? Why would I be seeing things? The bar definitely turned into a swirling colour of lights. That definitely happened.
Like, considering that's what the bar did, like, maybe you thought you saw me talking to a quaggoth? Like, I can't remember talking to any quaggoths. I remember sitting on a piece of furniture that yelled at me, and...
Yeah, you see, the thing that yelled at you was a drow. You sat on a drow.
There was no drow in here. Like, although, to be fair, I am starting to doubt that, because...
You should definitely doubt that, because we're in the Underdark, in the remnants of a drow city. Of course there were drow here.
Yeah, there would have definitely been drow here.
It's more likely there were drow here than Edgar was here. What the fuck would Edgar be doing down here? A tuxedo.
He seems to find us all the time. Maybe he was having a bit of R&R. I don't know.
Okay, he does often find us at the most inconvenient of times. He doesn't often buy us a drink and then leave us alone. That doesn't normally happen.
Like, I tried to trip him up, and then he gave me a drink. If that clarifies that at all for you.
That doesn't clarify anything. Why would someone give you a drink after you try and trip them up?
You'd have to ask Edgar. I really don't know.
Make a note to ask Edgar next time we bump into him. Why did you give Arri a drink after she tried to trip you up? I'm sure that conversation will go really well.
Yeah, but he did say he poisoned one of the 2 drinks that he had. And I then drank that drink, so you didn't have to, because I know that you can't do poison. You should be very thankful to me.
I mean, I didn't drink anything last night. I asked for a drink repeatedly because I couldn't stand up, and just suddenly, I was not important anymore.
Behind the bar.
Again, I was definitely not behind the bar at any point, and I was certainly not working.
A very confusing mess to deal with, but you still have 2 more drugs to take.
Do you want to take any more?
I mean, I want to find all the gold. I had so much gold. It was so good.
Red one, then? Well, we can't find gold over his sleep.
I mean, I could do a little pick-me-up, I must admit.
Lesley, when do you have to go?
Probably about 15:15.
Okay, no worries.
Just like a little dab of the red one. I don't even know how it works, but hey.
Well, it's sand.
So it is sand, so...
Say that as if that explains everything, as if ingesting sand is something I'd normally do.
You can
Wait, are these all the
rub it
drugs
on
I
your
have?
gums.
I assume it's the same as the ones you got, yes. The ones that we don't know that you've got.
Yeah. It's the same as what you have.
So the ones that they've just taken was the green ones. Is that the vision herbs or the psychedelic mushrooms?
They were... that was something else.
We had bugs covered in amber.
Yeah, they look like frogs.
Mm-hmm.
So they're about to take the red sand. Okay, good to know.
So, how do you guys take the red sand?
Some of it.
I don't know how much red sand to take. I definitely don't want to take it all, but I'm just going to take like a pinch of red sand.
I just got world flashbacks.
How do you take it? You speak? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. I'm trying to think. Like, do I just go straight up and sniff it? Because why not? I'll take half the vial and I'll sniff it.
So you sniff up some red sand.
You can say snort. It's fine.
I can't hear Jack. I was just going to like try and eat it, just like put it on my tongue and try and swallow it. This horrible sand stuff in my head is going to dissolve.
Swallow it. It's got the most awful taste ever. Let me know if you can hear me, Rennas.
There we go, I can hear.
Alright, so when you put it on the tongue, it's got the most awful taste ever. It tastes like intense cinnamon mixed with like just lemsip, basically.
That sounds quite nice. Cinnamon lemsip.
Ugh.
Ugh.
Cinnamon.
Cinnamon.
And you swallow. Can you both make Constitution saving throws, please?
Yes.
Oh shit!
Don't
Please be
fail by
good.
more than 5.
Yes.
Nice.
Rennas failed by more than 5.
Oh.
Of course I did. I've rolled really well all night until now.
Arri, you snort it. You have a bit of a shudder. But otherwise, it has no effect upon you.
Oh, that's a shame. I was hoping it would have some effect, just not a bad effect.
Rennas, you snort it, and immediately, you ingest it, and immediately everything around you just kind of slows down. Your blood is pumping. Everyone is speaking slowly. No, I killed every ton of them. Everything kind of becomes a tunnel vision for you. Like it kind of zooms out a bit. And you get the most awkward boner.
And I use my newfound super speed, which I'm assuming is the equivalent of seeing everyone slow, to run the fuck out of there.
And he's gone.
Yeah. Rennas has left the bar.
We'll be back in about 30 seconds.
I figure I should probably follow him as best I can.
You follow him outside. Where were you going, Rennas?
Somewhere where there was no one around.
That's going to be a bit of a ways away, but you are fast as fuck at the moment. You're basically under the effects of the haste spell.
Awesome!
As soon as you go outside, Arri, you cannot find Rennas. He's gone.
Can I try and track him? Because I have no drugs in my system at the moment.
Yeah, go and make a survival check. Fly.
This is where it's going to be fucking shit. Yep.
You have no idea where he's gone.
Shit. I'll go and ask around to try and see if anyone's seen a dwarf going very quickly. Not dwarf, elf going very quickly.
They look at you and be like, "You having a laugh?" They are elves. They're just dark elves.
A land dweller elf. Half elf.
Yeah. I'm gonna have them make a perception. Yeah, he ran that way.
I'll go that direction. And I'll keep doing that until I find him.
Right. Rennas, you would have run all the way out of the camp, and then probably put a good mile between you. You're actually kind of out in the middle of the battlefield now, where basically the bodies of the undead were left.
Yeah, I don't want to be here. But I also don't want to go back the exact same way I came, because it's that embarrassing thing. You can't just turn around and head back. So I've got to pretend I meant to come this way and just keep going around in sort of like a long loopy way, and eventually end up back at the town.
On the way you will find a cluster of rocks.
Ooh. Anything exciting about this cluster of rocks?
It hides you from view.
Yeah, I wasn't planning on doing anything. I just didn't want to be around anyone.
Alright. So let's moving back to the tent with Bellatrix and Otti.
Hello.
We're kind of just chilling and reading.
We're not
and
doing a lot. Yeah,
no, just
taking our time to be together. To be fair,
opening the bag up, putting the bag all over the floor, and just making a mess everywhere.
Bella's going to do some drawing as Otti reads.
What do you draw?
I'm gonna draw. I'm just gonna try and do some still lifes of the little figurines that I got, the ones that my mum made.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And just do some little drawings of those.
Just go ahead and make a performance.
Boop.
Pretty good, actually. Pretty good. You could probably sell these, actually.
Oh shit. Maybe I'll keep them and see if we can find somewhere that might want to buy my little pieces of art.
Is there anything else you guys would like to do?
I don't think there's anything
No, I
specific.
think it's just a case of we're just sitting around, relaxing, taking the time away from being, yes, Verity, like just being away from fighting and shit going on and constant mayhem.
Just staring lovingly into each other's eyes, enjoying each other's
Two barbarians being quiet next to each other is the equivalent of flirting.
company.
Just being
Otti,
peaceful around each other.
Otti, you watch Bellatrix handle that small paintbrush, the pencil. The skill she has, something so small, is the same as the skill she has when wielding something so big. There's an art
Two
to it.
vibes chilling in a drow tent. No feet apart because they are gay. Sorry.
What is it? Two queen.
Oh
I had that-
no.
had
The
that on
original is
radio
like
today.
two guys chilling in a hot tub, 5 feet apart because they're not gay. Yeah.
Okay, so I'll
Oh,
just move.
the only other thing I'd do is just make sure that everyone's all right. Any of the slaves that come over who might want to just sit down and have a rest, offer them some food, and just be hospitable to them.
They are surprised by it, but the ones who haven't been broken in as slaves they're very quick to accept it and enjoy it. They catch on to the concept that they're actually free very quickly. The ones that have been there a little while longer, it takes them a little while. It doesn't take them as quickly as less
I would
time.
probably try and remember who is who. I mean, we can just stick a quick list together of who's who does it, and just basic, for example, the redhead Asimar. Just try and make a mental list of it.
Righto.
OT starts making name tags.
So Korgrin and Verity, you head on over to the prisoners, and there are a few dozen. And they are under heavy guard by drow soldiers.
So my concept, this would be like a performance people would see, but it'd be like a stand-up, and they would be represented by me and you. It'd be kind of like a sitcom, if you will, and it'd be like the Korgrin and Verity show. Dun-dun-dun. He's grumpy and she's amazing. Can't hear you, Korgrin.
Yeah.
Korgrin, can you hear me?
Korgrin, I can't hear you. Take yourself
Yes, I
off
fucking
of
can. I had my mic up because I am a spaz. So what I said was, where did you just pull that from? We've been walking in silence for about 2 minutes, and now you just blurt it out as we reach the prisoners? Aye.
Well, when people don't talk, I make up things in my head.
Well, that is fair enough. I cannot blame you a single bit for that. How do we want to do this? Because the ones that I'm going to want to speak to are going to be the slumber priests, because they're the people that are running the ornamental slumber at the end of the day. They're going to know more than, I'd assume, the corpse eaters or the corpse fuckers will. And I don't know how much intelligence a general necromancer would retain, unfortunately.
I don't know what we're doing.
I'm going to ask these people where they keep their bodies that they haven't used, because I still want to find Melchiah.
So
and
the
hopefully-
guards do not stop you at all when they see you coming, Korgrin. They're like, "You wish to speak to the prisoners, Lord Korgrin?
yeah.
We're
Execute
looking
them
to
if you
squeeze
wish.
them from information.
Do whatever you wish for them. It is your right. You are the victors here." And they bow and step aside.
I mean, he's not wrong. These people are pretty terrible.
So you see three types of prisoners here. The rest of them became inert when the battle was over, as they were purely just undead. You do see the Slumber Priests, the one with the fancy headdresses. You see the Necromancers, which Arrabella, I'm fairly certain you would have told them are fiends. And you have the Myrionites, the people who tear out their own guts to inspire their allies.
Yeah.
Right.
Now, the Necromancers could have been Slumber Priests, but there's no guarantee of that. And if they all look like that one, and I assume I point to one that's looking a little bit rotten, probably
Medium
wouldn't
rotten.
blend in too well with, general kind of living folk. So speak to the Slumber Priests, see what we can learn. Hopefully they'll say that all the bodies they keep are up on second floor, and we can go there when we get out. That would be splendid, and that's the ideal. Also,
So we're
just
going to talk to the rare ones and not the medium rot or well rot.
You can speak to all of them if you want.
Yeah, but hopefully the people that have the information are the Slumber Priests. I'll lean in and whisper in Verity's ear, just so you know, I'm kind of running on empty. I don't actually have any mojo in me except for cantrips.
Oh, I have.
So if I need you to blow some shit up, you're kind of my sword right now. If I need you to chop off a head, would you mind?
A level 4 and a level 5.
Splendid. So if I command you in a
Level
godly
5
way,
fireball coming up.
not right now.
Okay. Oh, also I have something else. Hold on. Okay. How against hurting these people are we if they give us what we want?
We're generous if they do. If they don't, we kill them.
Because I've had something for me for a while now, and I've been looking for a chance to use it, but I'm not really good at I guess you would use it for. And basically, I have this random ass potion. I don't know what it does from Greenfold, and I've been looking for a chance to use it.
Is it the love potion?
No, this is just a random one. This is one where it's like something went wrong with it, so I have no idea what it could do.
Oh.
Spicy.
Fair enough. I mean, if you want to experiment, probably the Midianites would be best for that, I'd assume.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, but if it does something really awful, I don't know if consciously I could do it. I don't know.
I can give it a whiff. Give it a, does it smell bad?
Okay.
So it's a gone off health potion, or this one smells like fireball but liquid.
Yeah. I'm trying to find what I wrote down for it exactly because I glanced at it and now it's disappeared.
Random potions from Greenfold.
Yes, I have. Oh, potions. So I assume there's multiple.
Excuse me. I'm in my mind. I thought you picked up on roughly about 5.
I thought there were a few that went off. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have my 3.
They just weren't potions that had any they weren't potions of climbing or anything. They were just random potions.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Okay, so I have 5 of them. Good to know.
But also, we don't.
End up being
I just had to dig up my notes on it. I forgot about this.
Oh, bye bye, traitor.
Hi, Lesley.
All right, see you later, Lesley.
Bye.
Be careful, because if you don't know what they do, you would probably be pretty terrible to turn one of them invisible or give one of them a potion of giant strength.
That's what I was worried about as well. It's I don't want to give them to someone I like in case they're bad, but then I don't want to give them something bad unless they're good,
Well, you can give them a quick whiff. If you're not sure, then just don't use them. How does that sound?
Can I do a quick check on these potions? See if I can
figure
out what they might be?
Guidance. I know you can guide yourself, but never mind. You might not need to.
Do it anyway.
Fair.
2 of them appear to be moonshine.
Fair
I
enough.
put those in my inner pocket. I don't tell Korgrin what I think they are.
The last 3, random ingredients. You're not too sure what will happen.
Okay, so those 2, I don't think they're going to be useful for our situation.
I'm
just going to change my inventory so it's 3 random potions and then 2 moonshine. But yeah, that was just a random thought. Might not even use them. But like,
No,
so
that's fine.
how are we?
Well, simply put, as I say, maybe we grant the ones that give us information a swift death, and if they don't, we
But, like-
allow the drow to torture them. But I'm not really for torture, but these are terrible people.
Well,
Well,
like, in my case of, we don't know. Like, would they even know what the guy we're looking for? What he?
Well,
even
no,
would
that's
look
what I'm
like?
saying. So I don't really want to name drop, but I'd assume they keep all their bodies, in a pile. They wouldn't have them.
So we're just looking for their body storage.
Exactly. I mean, we what we've established is that we know that they use the ornamental slumber as a means of delivering corpses, potentially sometimes to the Underdark, or going to the Underdark to see the Tarask, because they're in charge of making sure that it stays asleep as well. It's kind of a double prong. It's two birds, one stone. They're in charge of the dead, and what better way to do that than say it's the slumber place, and then also, unironically, they're watching after the thing that's asleep miles underground. All I really want to know is if there are like 5 floors on the ornamental slumber, if we can cross off 5 and 2, at least we know it's 1, 3, or 4.
There's only like 3 floors before we got to the bottom, isn't there?
Well, that was on the one lift. That was the one lift. I don't know if the other lift had other floors separate to this, or if the ramp, the stairs led a different way. I don't know. This is what we're gonna try and find out, I hope.
Okay. Just want to know so I don't go in there just like I did with the fucking priestess tent where I had no idea what I was doing.
Well, fair enough.
Like,
Thank you for
right
warning me.
here, but I have no idea.
But yeah, if anyone should know, hopefully it'll be the slumber priests.
Okay.
So I don't want them to have. Yeah, I don't want them to have confidence in numbers. So if I could order some of the drow to pull away one of the slumber priests.
Well, these people are separated. A good 10 feet is between them. They're tied up to poles at the moment. So.
Question.
Fair enough.
We might not be able to understand what they say if they refuse to speak common.
Well, I mean, they're surfacers, so hopefully they should.
Never mind.
That, or we just beat the shit out of them and, well, are you gonna go out like this one, or do you want to cooperate?
For that. Yay!
Concerning you're finding such joy in using this dagger already.
So, you go up to one of the slumber priests.
How many are there, just as a heads up?
There's probably about a dozen.
Oh, good to know.
So I say out loud, so we have plenty of chances then! Doesn't matter if we make any casualties. Excellent.
So he sees you coming and his eyes are narrowed. You can see he received a gut wound in the battle, which has been lazily bandaged up.
Does that hurt?
No more than the taste of defeat.
Well, what say you if I help that, if you gave us some information, You're still a prisoner, but you're not in pain.
I mean, I could heal it with one of my thingies that are things.
Depends on the questions, I guess.
Well, obviously you are supplying the necromancers with bodies, correct? That's fairly obvious.
I don't know what you're talking about. Make an intimidation check.
Yeah,
Oh my god.
He just spits. I've felt worse. Done worse to myself.
Verity, look away. This is going to get ugly.
I look harder.
Okay. I stick my thumb in his guts.
Make another intimidation check at advantage.
So, George, the way you have your hair right now is how I'm imagining Verity has her hair.
Oh, yeah. This is intimidation tactics, yo.
Just above a 10, please. Above a 10. Hey,
All
pretty good.
all right,
21.
all right. Yes.
Withdraw the thumb and just wipe it clean.
All right. We did take bodies from the ornamental slumber, and we did supply it to the Mistress of Madness.
Exactly. Who? Just a reminder, we did kill. So,
I don't believe
context for who you're dealing
I
with.
don't believe you.
Well,
she was a master of undeath. She could not be killed.
I just staff. Well, this is what she was after, and I have it now.
The Infinity Star.
And you thought the Mistress of Madness is crazy. He's fucking psycho. They brought me
Strike the tongue.
back.
That was you? I thought it was the mistress.
No. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news, no. And I imprisoned the Tarask again.
He imprisoned it again. I'm just being hype man.
Loving it, cheerleader.
What do you want to know?
I'm glad you're cooperating a bit more. So, in the ornamental slumber, quite a few floors, correct?
Yes.
Thought so. Now, obviously, you wouldn't have kept all the bodies you're stealing just on, the first floor or anything like that. You're not just going to leave a pile of them in broad daylight for anyone to see. So, I assume you had them kind of stored, probably in just a pile, because, you don't really respect the dead anyway. So where did you keep them?
Where are them bodies at, yo? Where are they?
It started off small.
So do many things, bro. Come on.
We took the odd body here and there and sent it below towards the Mistress of Madness for reincarnation for her armies. Eventually, we were able to grow in force in the ornamental slumber. We were able to convince the right people to join us. Over the last 2 weeks, all the bodies that have come through the ornamental slumber have been sent below for reanimation. Nothing has been ordained inside.
Insight check.
Go ahead.
I'm turning it because obviously I'm. Or can I give him? Can I give him advantage?
Well, you can do an. You can do an insight yourself. So.
Might I ask for guidance? But never mind. I think a nat 20 is pretty good.
He is telling the truth.
Impressive.
The
best one yet.
I'm just gonna be like, he's telling the truth.
Okay.
For now.
So, can't imagine you had time to animate all of them. So, what happened to the ones that you didn't? Where are they?
Where's this puppet show at, man?
They were ordained as with the rest of the priests who we hadn't enlightened.
So, still in the ornamental slumber under the correct, not leadership, but, they're being seen to as they should have been.
Yes.
That's another insight.
Let's see.
Verity, you don't detect any lies from him. He seems too terrified at the moment.
He's scared shitless to lie.
Hmm.
Go on. Also, whilst this is going on, can I be just looking at his person for, like, anything that could be used as, like, a token to show that he's in a part of a club sort of thing? Like, anything that would identify him as a Slumber Priest of this group, opposed to anything might be a normal Slumber Priest.
Make an investigation check.
Okay. Investigate. Oi, shush. Hold on. I'll be right back.
Can I assist since I'm
Yeah, sure.
distracting him? Then
Yeah.
I'll just. Should I roll for myself or wait for Verity to roll at advantage?
Wait for the Verity to roll an advantage.
While she's just doing that. So, if I give you a description, and I'd really like you to really dig deep in your little pea brain, and I poke his forehead as hard as I can. You're going to try your best to remember if you've seen this man, alright?
Alright.
And I would like to describe Melchiah, but not use his name.
No, I don't remember seeing anyone like that.
Are you sure? I
Yes.
just hold up my thumb again.
Yes. I personally didn't see anything.
Okay. Now, we know that some of you collected the bodies, and a particular body was found outside of Jaras Jakai in the frozen wastes. Who was responsible for collecting that body? Or who do you know?
There are enchantments in the city that the upper echelons of the ornamental slumber is aware of. If anybody was to die in or just around Jaras Jakai, we will become aware of their presence and collect them to be ordained into the ornamental slumber.
Well, I know it was one of you shady little bastards, because the one that collected him was pretty fucking dead, or undead anyway, and he was being escorted by, most likely, a Jakayanite. That ring any bells?
No, I don't know anything about that.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay.
I've been down here serving the mistress for the last 3 weeks. I know nothing about what's happening up there.
Then who was the most recent to join your group? Who is one of the last to descend into the depths?
Well, me and anybody else who's wearing my headset. We undergo
himself out.
we undergo points of transformation. That when we have served the mistress enough, if we do a good job, she gifted us with great power, and we will become one of her great necromancers. And he looks at the rotting-looking people.
So the ones that are dead are actually better than you. Why have I been wasting my time speaking to you then?
And the ones who failed her became them. And he gestures towards the self-flagellated Miriamite.
Well, that's good to know. Verity, you can roll at advantage on your investigation because I assisted if you find anything. Better.
What would you don't see anything like a token or a symbol or anything, but what does mark him different from the slumber priests that you met briefly up top is that he has a lot more self-inflicted wounds.
Sorry.
Okay.
When I was
a young boy, my father
Why?
took me into the city. Sorry.
to be a slumber priest. Sorry.
Our role was to collect bodies for ordainment in Jaras Jakai, but we have been very busy as of late. There are a lot more bodies around.
Indeed, and you're perverting them. Good to know. Correct me if I'm wrong. So, with the description of the... Presumably it's one of the necromancers then, if he was looking pretty grey and rotten. I scried on one of them. So would I be able to recognise that one?
From the descriptions you have been given, it seems very likely that the person that you scried on was in the process of going from a slumber priest to a necromancer.
So I'm looking for someone either at the very rotten end of the slumber priest spectrum, or the kind of fresh-looking necromancer spectrum.
Yes.
Okay. Good to know. So I will thank him for his information.
Thank you.
But
I guess.
you've not quite served the purpose we were looking for, so
You thirsty?
pat him on the shoulder and just... Looks like the wound's staying, I'm afraid.
Should I see if he's thirsty? Are you thirsty? Should I see if
I
he's
am
thirsty?
a little.
Korgrin, should I see if he's thirsty? Should I?
It sounds like he is.
Should I do it? Should I give him a drink? Should I give him a drink? Should I?
As long as it doesn't backfire, and I don't know if it will. It could. It very well could.
If it backfires, I could just fireball this whole thing.
Well, you're
I'll leave
welcome
it
to
for
try.
now. I'll leave it. I'm sorry. I ain't gonna give you a drink. Fucking psyched. Ha! Let's go.
I think you're the psycho, actually.
And you leave this.
You're the one who brought me
individual
back,
behind.
so.
Am I now responsible for the deeds you do?
You leave this
I'll
individual
look hard
behind.
and say.
Is there
So-
anybody else you would like to speak to?
I would like to try and find someone who matches that description. A particularly fresh-looking necromancer or a particularly rotten-looking slumber priest.
Make an investigation check, please.
Fuck.
I am helping.
Thank you. But with my rolls, the best is probably going to be a 12.
You're the best.
I
You were
let
far too
Verity...
optimistic.
It's
Yeah,
not a
apparently.
it's not a pleasant experience to look at these things, and you do not find anything that matches
Wait,
that.
why are you investigating? You have a +1. Shouldn't
Exactly,
let me
which
do
is
it?
why I let Verity know we do a second loop and
All right.
try from her
Verity,
perspective.
you may make one roll without advantage.
Want me to do it? You want me to?
Yeah,
You want me to
this
look?
is you. This is you. Yeah,
I'll investigate. I'll probably get in that one now.
better.
There is nobody here that matches that description.
Okay, I'm going to stand back a little bit, just so my voice will be. I'm going to use thaumaturgy to be able to project my voice to everybody in these prison
Yep.
cells.
Posts.
Does anybody here have any information? We will be willing to give food, maybe drink, maybe a fresh corpse to gnaw on. We don't know.
Make
Anyone
a
like to come
persuasion roll.
forward? Pardon?
Make a persuasion roll.
Did you say to knob on, more importantly?
Yes, she did.
To nom on!
No.
Oh, nom!
Nom on! To nom on! Nom on! It doesn't nom on.
Two people speak out. One of them is the Myrionotes. He goes, I can speak for food. And
Okay.
one of the necromancers speaks out and says, I may have the information you desire. All I desire is the loosening of my restraints.
Bounty, Korgrin!
I mean, found one of them. Hopefully, he's the one. Hey, well, approach the necromancer. Do we want the necromancer or the Myrionite first?
I mean, the Myrionite might be easier, and it, just like get it out of the way.
Fair point. He could have been a failed slumber priest and thus became a Myrionite. It's entirely possible because I did witness him flagellating himself. So maybe.
Okay. So I go up to
And-
the stage and I'm like, what do you know?
Food!
I guess. I don't actually have any food on me.
Well, I was going to say, can I not just? Surely there's a dead prisoner in here.
No, there isn't actually. They removed the dead prisoners.
Is there a particularly nearly dead Myrionite?
Okay, so I'm going
Most of them are
to-
nearly dead.
Go
I'm
on,
gonna
Verity.
prestidigitation, like a leg of lamb in my hand. I'm just gonna hold it out of reach, and I'm just gonna be like, Information first. Smells good.
Speak. Questions, answers follow.
Korgrin?
I'd like to be able to just say I repeat the process and see if they know, but if you want me to roleplay it, I will.
Roleplay it because this guy does know different.
Okay. So, how freshly turned are you?
Days.
Days. That's good. That's good. That's promising. Promising. You're helping already. You're one step closer to that leg of lamb. So, we're looking for a body that was found outside of Jaris Jakai within the last 10 days. Do you know?
Food.
We take this leg to someone else?
No answer.
And no food? See what the necromancer knows. Maybe he'd like to know on you, or maybe he'd like to turn your body into another slave.
I know all. Food.
How about you put that on the floor, Verity, but just out of reach?
I can't let it leave my hand. It's like it can't leave my hand.
You can squat down and still be holding the leg, and it's just a little bit closer.
Oh no! Oh, okay. I'm gonna do a little bit of stupid here. Okay, so I'm going to get a rock. I'm going to minor illusion it to look like a leg of lamb, and then prestidigitation to make it smell like a very tasty leg of lamb. Hopefully, he'll be too stupid and just eat the rock.
Make a deception check.
Please just eat the rock. It's so great. It tastes amazing.
Just outside of reach, then.
Fuck.
I know magic, bitch.
I bet you do, buddy.
I know what you look for. I can tell.
I turn to one of the drow at the edge of the camp and just say, what kind of meat?
What do you mean?
No, so I while the drow is kind of walking over, I'll look at the Mirianite and say, what kind of meat?
Elle.
Good to know. Bring me the leg of one of the corpses you've disposed of.
Yes, my lord. It takes him a minute, but he does return with a freshly severed leg.
There's your meat.
Give.
I'm gonna slice off a bit now and see some for now. Gross.
Disgusting.
We'll give you more when you give us answers.
Body. Outside city. I take.
Insight check, please.
Go ahead.
Oh, the one time it matters.
You get the feeling that this thing, as despicable and as disgusting it is not withholding the truth from you.
And what did you do with that body?
Give to the priests for ordainment.
And where was that?
Above.
See, now, we've just been speaking to some of those priests, and they said that all of them were taken down.
This one was special.
Was it now?
Specific orders. From Darius.
Who is Darius?
He is head priest.
Oh.
He is the one who convinces slumber priests to join the mistress.
And is he down here too?
No. He maintains presence above ground. Answers to king. But false, for his true allegiance lies to the mistress.
What did Darius do with this special body?
I know not. I give it, and then I come down, and then I go through ritual. I nearly succeed, but the mistress found my faith wanting. And now I serve as a Mirianite.
Where can Darius be found?
Yes, he is above, in his slumber. In his chambers, most likely.
Would he keep this little special body with him?
I know not.
Think harder, or this leg go bye-bye.
He doesn't. He did not take bodies, ever. This was the first time he handled body himself.
You sure?
Yes, it's weird. That's why I was sent below, to hide information.
Okay. Who accompanied you when you went out to get the body?
I was escorted by a representative of Drukhanites.
Did he have a name?
I know not.
And was this Drukhaniite working for Darius?
He's dead.
Drukhaniite?
Yes.
What did you do with his body?
I burnt it. He was sent by King to keep eye. King mistrusts slumber priests. King believes Mirianites are strong. King is right. Sent eyes to watch. I got eyes out. Burn body.
Good to know. Good to know. Verity, anything you'd like to know? Anything you'd like to ask?
Sorry, trying to think of phrasing.
Phrasing.
How? It's like I heard Darius, and then my brain's like Darius.
You've had enough daddy for one evening.
But like, I'm trying to ask. Well, I'm trying to figure out how to ask. Is like, what's he like? Like, what are his appeals of things? Like, how can we things that we can know about him in order to appeal to him when we meet him, type of stuff.
Or of Darius.
Yeah.
How can we earn Darius's favor?
Yes. Who does he trust?
He trusts the mistress. Most likely knows that mistress has been defeated. Is probably already running, hiding. No one to protect him now.
Where would he hide?
I know not.
Think harder.
I don't know. Darius keeps his own company. I was merely a priest, given one special mission.
I mean, like, it sounds like, it's not that he wasn't faithful enough to the Mad Mistress, but, he was expendable. They got him to do the one job, and then turned him into this. So he'd be pretty much useless. Hopefully they were hoping he'd probably turn more, so he'd be unable to give information, but we got lucky, I think.
But our lives... I suspect Darius thought I would die against the drow. Happy to disappoint him. You think I feel no revulsion for my form?
See? With that kind of thinking, you, sir, can, work yourself out of this rut you're in. No longer worship maidens and...
No coming back.
We have a neat spider down here you could worship instead.
No coming back. Too far gone, but can at least deal revenge to Darius before the end.
And we are here to help facilitate that, I guess.
Anything else you'd like to let us know of? Tell us. Anything we might find useful? You might get another leg.
Catan.
Head necromancer?
Yes, head necromancer Catan.
Hmm.
He was next to me.
persuaded to join the mistress. If Darius has already moved on him, the mistress would have had a spy in a menagerie.
I see. Good to know. So he could be providing the king with false information, potentially.
I
mean,
want my food.
Are we done here, Verity, or anything else?
I think so, but we could ask the soldiers to put him not in like insanely better, but different, separate cells. He's willing to give information for revenge, for food. Maybe we have to just keep him on the side.
Mm.
Come
I
back.
think he's earned the leg.
I don't know. Do you think you've earned a leg?
Is he drooling? Is he foaming?
Leg behavior.
He is drooling blood, so...
Beautiful.
Nice. What do you say when someone offers you food?
Please.
No problem. He deserves the leg.
Do you give him the leg?
Yeah, why not?
He starts tearing it apart. It is a bloody
And thank
eviscerating
you.
mess.
I mean, okay, I guess.
I think it's too late for that. It's a pretty gnarly sight, after all.
We'll work on it. Could we have a Marionite sidekick?
No,
Just throwing it out there, Korgrin.
never going to happen. Ever.
They're never gonna
Not gonna happen.
one.
Ever. Ever.
He's kind of like a puppy when he's like this. Like, isn't it?
Very food aggressive, though, I've noticed.
Oh, well, they can be trained. Oh my
I
god,
don't
am
think
I
there's...
becoming a necromancer?
Yes, you are. You've died once, and now all you can think about is enslaving the dead. Or the undead.
I don't want to enslave them. I just want to train them up a bit.
That sounds pretty necromancy to me.
Anyways, with the information gained, you guys make your way back into... And
We're gonna
along the way,
steal them?
you find Arri, looking really confused, who at the same time, just across the way, you see Rennas walking a bit oddly.
Is he flexing his thighs?
Yeah, he's kind of walking like John Wayne a bit.
Hey
I
guys.
really want to throw this dagger at him.
He'll die.
I know.
Oh, I'd catch it with my amazing reflexes.
You saw it now?
Yeah, I just had to run really fast.
Okay.
Gotta
We
go
won't
fast.
talk about it then.
Nothing else happened.
No, nothing else at all. Hi, how are you two? Blush a bit when I talk to Korgrin.
I've been charged by the priests of, the priestesses to, kill Korgrin.
True.
We spoke to a corpse that was alive.
Couple corpses.
We saw the giant again. He's here, Guam. He's
cool.
looking good. He's looking good.
Well, how's his brother?
His brother's dead, though.
Yeah.
Oh,
He said he's a cunt, and he's probably better off without him.
okay,
Indeed.
fair. Yeah, we just had a drink and then went for a midnight chase.
Yeah, just touch your hand very lightly. You're looking quite flush. You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. Yeah, shall we go back to the tent? Yeah, let's go back to the tent.
This sounds like the opposite of okay, but
Yeah,
okay.
no, I'm perfectly fine. It's all good. It's all good. Everything's fine.
Definitely.
Yep.
He's
Yep.
making the same
Yep.
voice I make when everything's not fine.
No, everything is fine.
Right! That's amazing!
It is. Everything is amazing. It's all good. It's okay. And then me and Verity just kind of,
Becomes
the
white
goes
noise.
up. Yeah.
The dogs start barking, the cats start squealing.
Glasses shatter.
Well, I mean, they would if they were alive.
That hurts. That saved a lot of people, okay?
You did your best.
What do you mean? I did exactly what it wanted me to. You're a cruel, cruel woman, even though you're not a woman. You're a child.
Okay, look, I have still technically been alive for almost 18 years. I am still almost 18. I'm just in the body of someone slightly younger, and I'm realizing how everything I say makes me sound more and more like a lich necromancer every day. But I swear I'm not going to become one.
Insight check. I believe you for now.
Thank you.
Oh, goodness gracious, it's one of them dogs from earlier. It's barking and knocking things over.
Woof, 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 woof.
And being undead and all.
Very almost broke a glass as well. I just need to clean that up.
No worries. So,
assume
Rennas, it's been a while. You still have it.
I'm just going to stand awkwardly and just pretend it's not there.
Are you like doing the standing where you've got one leg in front of the other to try and hide it?
Yeah, hands in like my pockets, just like bulging fists, pulling my pockets out. Yeah, it's fine.
Walking a little bit turned away from us.
I'm going to work on the theory that no one walks around staring at my crotch, so it should be fine.
Perception check. I look at Rennas' crotch.
Korgrin can look. That's fine.
It's pretty bulgy.
Is it?
Well, how unrealistic is that? It's I mean, yeah, it's pretty bulgy.
I was gonna say, what kind of dice does he need to roll to determine dick size?
In Rennas' case, D1.
Oh, buddy.
I would have said a D4 at least. Like, he probably would have still rolled a 1, because let's be fair, it's Rennas.
It's not about the dick, it's all about the ass.
Alright, so
Teeny tiny
where do you
penis,
guys-
giant fucking nuts.
Where do you guys want to go from here?
Probably back to the tent, I
We're gonna
think.
be like, should I give it to
But
him?
Arri wants to go.
Oh yeah.
Shut up.
So, you guys make your way back to the tent.
We're not doing anything.
Oh, I.
I'm
you
just
guys-
imagining
Oh my
them sat
God,
like 10
Dad.
feet apart, but Ottie's still jumping up saying that when we come in.
And inside
Oh my
you
God, they're
find
bonding.
Either that or they're
It's-
holding hands.
inside you find Otti reading and Bella drawing.
Well, this is
Hey,
less eventful than I was
They're like
expecting.
our French girls.
I think the diary tells me about who my granddad is.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
You'd all worked out ages ago, hadn't you?
Yeah, it was kind of obvious.
Fuck.
Literally said that he was pretty fond of her and all that jazz.
Bella didn't know.
No, I'm happy for you.
Working out our family lineage.
Like, to be fair, Bella was in the bar with me a lot, so that doesn't surprise me.
What do you mean?
No, I wasn't.
Like, Bella was she was being weird as fuck, don't get me wrong, but she was
I
100%.
told you Bella wasn't there.
I have no idea what she's talking about, guys.
Was anyone else in the bar?
There was
I was
a
in the
lot
bar.
of Rennas was in the bar. Why the hell he was behind the bar, I don't know. Like, the wrong
I was
side of
not
it.
behind the bar. We're not having this conversation again.
Like, you
I was
literally
gonna say,
couldn't
Rennas
see the
doesn't
bar.
work.
Exactly. See, Verity
He's so
understands.
bad at everything. He
Barely
never works.
adventures.
To be fair, he said, "Oh, burn." Like, he did say that he wasn't working, but maybe he was just pilfering the gold. I don't know. You know how he is about gold. And then he said he lost it all later on, before he ran away from me. But we won't talk about that.
Was like you're talking about it.
It's this little red sand. It just makes you run really fast, and nothing else happens.
Insight check.
Well, this is the thing. I was literally
Make
about
a
to whisper.
deception check, Rennas.
I was going to whisper.
Oh,
Does this book, the Hero Rises, explain boners?
Yes, to quite vivid detail.
I mean, I rolled a 3, so...
You can see through him and see a little bit more than you were wanting to.
I am a child, Rennas.
You're looking! I'm trying to be subtle!
Just hand
Just
Rennas.
have my
I'm
secret.
technically still almost 18, but I'm still a child.
I cover
Look at
Bella's
all-
eyes.
Almost 17.
Oh, then,
Bella's
you
eyes
know,
are covered.
Oh, I can't see, guys. I can't see.
Yeah, just hand Rennas a pillow. Just sit down, put that on your lap, get over it.
Know what you mean? Yeah, fine.
Wait, so you're saying the red sun did that?
Well, it happened straight away after. I mean, it's possible I just got really, really excited. But
Oh my
yeah, I think
God,
it's probably the
I'm
red
so glad I
sun.
bought into the drug market before it all blew up. Wow.
your what?
What?
Yeah. So it had no effect on me. So I don't know whether that meant I had a dodgy bit or
You don't have a penis?
Save, isn't it?
or because I don't have a penis, it just didn't work on me.
I try and
God damn
explain,
sexual discrimination from drugs.
explain that women can still be aroused and it may have had other effects instead.
It's constitution saves for the drugs, isn't
And I
it?
takes notes.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
I have fucking +7! I'm never gonna get high!
To be fair, Arri did roll a natural 20. So.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's hope I get high.
Like the whole things of it does other things to women. I'm just kind of looking
What
at
are
myself.
you gonna are you gonna take those red sand now, Verity?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Like, this is all, like, mental notes I'm taking because
Okay.
obviously everything else is gone.
Note
It's
to
like,
self: become a
this-
drug addict when
this
nobody's
might be-
looking.
It's
Wait,
the
no, it's
fucking
hard.
Drake meme format. It's take notes of sessions, take notes of drugs.
So,
Yeah.
I tried taking notes of sessions, they just never work out.
so
Bring back-
you have
Though.
you have learned a lot of revelations from the journal, and you have also completed 2 of the 5 tasks given to you. And by doing this, you now, if you so choose, could go and see the king.
I would let everyone know about what we learned from the Mirianites and some of the priests. We didn't really speak to the necromancers, but fill them in. Maybe he took the body, maybe he didn't. Seems
If
like
you
it was
guys want to
tricky
find out more
horses.
stuff, I recommend taking a leg.
Well, I tend to have
I
2
mean,
wherever I
I-
go.
I mean, it
One
looks
that's
like you
not
have
yours.
3 at the moment.
Oh, I wouldn't say it's that generous.
Cover Verity's eyes.
You trying to do the like one hand each set of eyes, one for
Yes,
Bella, one for.
but
one for
Verity is like reaching up over her tiptoes. I imagine she's trying to avoid the hand.
No, Verity's like, yeah, I don't care.
I'm just curious. Oh, God, Verity. Well, I mean, did anything else happen to anyone? Did we learn anything? Obviously, Guam's joined us.
No, nothing.
Yeah, there was very little learning going on for our adventure.
Yeah,
I learned that I can't trust Arri to fetch me an ale when I ask her to, and that's about it.
you had an ale, and the one I got for you was potentially poisoned, so I took that on myself. So
Ooh! Speaking of poison, Korgrin, where is
hi.
Korgrin right now?
Korgrin is in the tent with you.
Not Korgrin. Speaking of poison, Rennas, why do I get you 2 confused? I don't know. Where is
Two
Rennas
very
right
different
now?
people as well.
I know.
One's a dwarf, one's a half.
I'm sat on a chair with a cushion over my lap.
I can't tell if she's frozen or she's looking intently.
I'm contemplating whether I want to do the thing I want to do.
Oh, yeah, it's not full health, it's fine.
She's doing phrasing.
Oh god, okay. So I'm gonna take out the dagger and I'm gonna throw it so it hits the chair, like, right next to Rennas' face.
Oh, God.
I'm not gonna activate the poison. Not gonna activate the poison, though.
She throws a dagger and it lands. It nearly gives you a shave.
Korgrin, I got you a gift! No, Korgrin, Rennas, I got you a gift!
You just had the same conundrum.
I know! I don't know why I get your names confused. It's
I kind of want to throw a dagger back at Verity.
it's a present.
Then give it to me.
I
With the
did.
boner, really?
No. Add Korgrin.
I mean, no shame.
Okay, thank you.
I don't want
What-
to get any closer to your shame boner.
Fine.
5 foot apart because you are gay.
5
Okay,
feet
so I
apart
have a-
because I'm underage.
Hey, nice.
Where did you get this dagger from, and why do you have a
Well,
dagger?
the priestesses wanted me to assassinate Korgrin with it.
True.
Does this dagger do extra damage against Korgrin?
Not against. Well, it does extra damage against people.
It actually probably does less damage to me. We dwarves are quite hardy. Poison
Oh, yeah,
doesn't
he's
really
a-
have much
he's like-
effect.
Resistant to poison, so it probably wouldn't hurt him as much.
It's quite ironic,
It's,
really.
it's a poisonous dagger? And I just kind of
yeah,
look
like-
at it from a... I hold it out like...
I'm assuming he has access to the sheet for it.
Oh no, I haven't put it in his journal. My bad.
Okay, yeah.
I'll do that now.
Yeah. I've given him the dagger of venom.
Is this a magical weapon, Verity?
Yep.
You don't have to attune to it either.
That means I'm not useless
It
against
is a
magical
plus-
people.
It is a +1 magical dagger, and you can, as an action, cause thick black poison to coat the blade. It remains for 1 minute or until you hit with an attack. They need to make a con save. Will take 2d10 poison damage and become poisoned for 1 minute. You can only use that once a day, basically.
I have it on my sheet. Awesome.
Nice.
So yeah, we just have to make sure we're not here by tomorrow, because when the priestess realize that Korgrin's not dead, and I've given my their dagger to somebody else, they might not like me. But I feel like they
Understandable.
never were going to. So
Well, if it helps,
you know,
Verity, I like you. This is the coolest thing anyone's ever given me.
it doesn't help.
I'm giving
Well,
you
if-
your life back.
Yeah, and look what I'm doing with it. Does it feel very fucking cool?
Okay, seriously, if we've only got like less than a day to get out of here, we need to find any of the other slaves that haven't been bought. Then
I mean,
I'm pretty sure they've all been slowly brought to an area where
I thought they were all getting corralled. I thought they were coming.
Yeah.
Yeah,
out.
it's
Corralled.
just through basically word of mouth and and such. The unpurchased slaves have been slowly gathering outside your tent.
also, where the fuck is
Sorry, I
Talion?
just had a feeling.
I think he was helping some people. He was helping the injured and such, making sure that they were well or bandaged.
I'm gonna
bandaging,
try.
etc.
I'm gonna try something. Ow! I am hurt. I need protecting.
I
So
mean, I
Arri
threw a
picks up
dagger around it.
2 pillows. Got 2 in her hands. Oh, well, all the chatting's going on. And she just lobs one at Otti. And then she spins round and whacks Bella with this pillow.
Ow! Why'd you do that?
Like, come on, I'm trying to instigate a pillow fight. Come on.
Well, the last time
Yeah,
that happened, they tried to
Yeah,
kill
I'm not getting involved.
Rennas.
Last time that happened, I got swarmed by a bunch of drow.
Bellatrix rages
So,
and picks up a pillow, and over the course of the next 5 minutes, the entire tent just gets covered in feathers. Even those of you who did not wish to participate, your hair is clumped up all over.
I missed a step out of the tent.
Feathers somehow still follow you.
magical feathers.
And by the end, you're all sufficiently tired and whacked out of pillows.
There's
You'll need to go
Rennas
get-
whacked out.
You'll need to get new pillows. You've sufficient. Bellatrix, at least, has sufficiently destroyed them.
She was dual wielding pillows.
They just
Just
had a
a
thought.
quick one, Jack. Sorry, I was just making my sheet
Yeah.
for the dagger. If they make the save, they take nothing.
That's right. Yeah.
That's fine. Thank you.
Okay. I'm thinking if we could get Guam to be kind of like a tour guide, because he's obviously really tall. Give him like a little vest and a little flag to hold saying "Follow me."
How are we going to get all these people out of here?
Because it's full of Guam!
Well, we've got the teleportation circle outside of town. If my it was outside of town, so hopefully
Okay.
it was a ways from Ilharaval, so that should, touch wood, still be intact. Yeah. So about Guam, he really thinks above ground is a dream world, and nothing you do there really matters. So I know this sounds really, really bad, but do we want to just chuck him in the ice caves and just let him run riot? I don't really know. Like, I don't want to teleport a giant into Jaras Jakai. I feel like that could go very, very, very poorly.
I know. I'm thinking, okay, so we take him to the ice caves. But we no. No, forget that. No, don't want that. Maybe. End goal, I want to turn it into a tour guide of sorts.
Well, I suppose he could probably go with the orcs in the ice cave. That might... I don't know how...
We just find him an area, make him the king of that little, plot of land.
Well, that's the thing, we've only got two choices. We've got Jaras Jakai and we've got the ice caves. There's nothing else.
I worry that if he...
Rennas, you have the space between the 2d10.
Yeah, I got it.
I wonder if we put him in the ice caves with other people, if he's going to hurt other people.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm happy that he's free. At the end of the day, I'm not particularly mad keen on him just going rampant because he thinks the upworld is a dreamscape. I also didn't particularly want to be seen talking to him, and then within the next day he runs riot among the drow. I feel like that wouldn't rub off too well.
We need a way to be able to convince him that up there there is still consequences.
I think he's pretty set on it, unless we just don't teleport him and he stays down here at the teleportation circle. Maybe he thinks he's been teleported and he just goes on his merry way. He's not really going to understand magic.
Yeah.
The entrance...
I mean, who does?
The entrance to the tent opens up and Talion walks in.
Oh,
Ah!
good evening.
I have myself. You're a bad guard.
What?
Fuck, it didn't work.
Why are there feathers everywhere?
We made the
Verity.
room
Because, and I swing a pillow in his face.
Verity killed the
Oh.
chicken. She made it explode.
I've started to incorporate
Then put the
chicken
pillow back on my
burgers
lap.
into my cult. I hope it would catch on, Get Steve out there.
Verity, you okay?
I back out of the tent again.
You have to walk past him to do that.
I know I don't. I can just lift up the bottom. I'm just really awkwardly
I assume she's okay then. That's a good job, Korgrin. Well done. That was a tough situation. You made the right call.
I mean, I certainly wasn't about to let the Tarask roam free, but...
I was talking about Verity, actually.
What do you mean?
You had the choice between going for the power of that staff or going for her. You chose her.
There was logic behind the action.
Italian.
There was logic. I mean, at the end of the day, if the Lich is deprived of the Staff of Ultimate Power, then she's considerably weaker. But I would hate to be responsible for her death indirectly, permanent at least. I know she was, unfortunately. Kind of look at Arri, just look away, dead. But I wouldn't just leave her there.
How is the staff anyway?
It's still full of incredible magical power. Wink.
That doesn't look like it, but Is that the story we're going with?
Of course.
Alright. You know they revere you as a god out there, right?
It's not. It's nice and not nice. I'm not mad keen on being a god to drow. As soon as we're
Well, the longer you stick around here, the longer they'll either cement that belief, or the quicker they'll see through it.
Oh, don't worry. As soon as we were preparing to leave, I was going to at least ask those of merit or worth to come and, just put the mantle of power back on Ulara. At the end of the day, I don't want to go back up top knowing that the drow still revere me.
I saw the stone giant out there.
Aye, he's a bit strange.
Is he following us now?
But for now, I don't really know what to do with him.
They're good at hiding things. Basically, I'm not going to roleplay it. Talion is going to effectively ask aloud what the party's next move is.
We plan on going back to the city, but with a bunch of slaves in tow that we plan on releasing and setting free where they want to go.
Well, we need to ask them that, but yeah, where they prefer. I mean, establish what they need and all that kind of jazz. I would still like to at least find Darius, because he is still semi-responsible for this necromancy bollocks. He is
Talion
still...
would suggest just telling the Oathsworn and then let the Jukai Knights deal with him.
Aye, but I want Melchiah's body to bring him back, so...
But, it's gonna...
Well,
I mean, simply put, if Melchiah is now with Turiel and he's aware of that, then there's naught we can do. If I'm not going to steal a corpse from the king at the end of the day, but if there's a chance that
we could
intercept it, if Turiel doesn't know about Melchiah and he just knows it's a body, a particularly special one, I would still like to bring him back. He may still be in the ornamental slumber, or Darius may have taken him away, and I don't know. But
he's probably taken him away by now.
True, but there may be some clues in Darius's chambers in the ornamental slumber, but we'll only know if we find out.
And you would have known if you had gone the long way. As well.
That's why we didn't go the long way. Because of things. But here we are, bitten.
Talion is going to, nod and mostly say, just let him know what you decide. And then he's going to ask for a moment with Arrabella outside.
That's awkward because I'm outside.
Okay.
So
I
when...
they opened the tent and I just kind of stood there like...
Excuse me.
You're excused.
Thank you. And he walks
Anyway,
past you.
so Guam, they make this food up there. But...
When about 30 feet away or so, he turns to you, Arri, and he says, "Can I have my bow back, please?"
Of course you can. It was nice to be able to shoot magical arrows in general, not just at fiends. But it is not mine.
Yeah, it's had it for a while. Still not very good with it, but
No, you do have your moments.
yeah. Are you okay?
That is a question I do not know how to answer right now, if I'm completely honest with you.
Because I'm worried about you. I saw your face back there.
Yep, I have one. It's here. I'm just glad she's back.
I'm sorry I wasn't able to protect her.
You were put in an orb. There wasn't much you could do. At least you left your weapon behind so I could fight. And hurt her.
Yeah.
So... I don't know what this is going to do to me going forward. A massive part of me just wants to pull myself away from all of you. So I don't have that loss later on. I can do it bit by bit now.
If you do that, you'll end up like me.
I'm not a rogue with a scar on my face.
No. That you won't particularly care when one of your oldest friends dies before your eyes.
That, after what just happened, honestly sounds preferable.
It's not. Trust me.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, by the way.
Why are you sorry?
I violated your trust.
Yeah?
I should have just been honest from the beginning.
I'm inclined to agree, but how have you violated it this time?
I'm just saying everything that's happened. All the secrets I've kept, all the lies.
That's the thing, Talion. I don't think that you've told us everything still. I feel like you're hiding so much more from us, and I know that you're worried about us and worried about giving us this information in case it hurts us or we do something that you don't intend with it, but I honestly think that anything that you have, you should tell us. This is our lives in the balance.
Make a
And I think
persuasion roll.
we'd all rather go into it with our eyes open than our eyes closed.
What is it? What do you want to know?
I want to know everything, Talion. Anything
Name one
that
thing.
That's a question and a half. I am not prepared.
Do you want to
Can I
know
have
why
it?
I killed Melchiah?
Rennas did explain to us.
Did I?
He didn't.
Oh shit. No. Do you mind if I think on it? It's nice to know that you killed him on purpose, though. At least that's what I'm gathering from you saying that sentence.
It was on purpose, and it wasn't on purpose. It was an intentional mistake.
Okay. Very contradictory. But
I
do you
know.
mind if I think on what I want you to know?
Yeah.
I
have a
imagine.
think.
I think what I'd like to know would be a lot more historical than what happened
All right.
barely 10 days ago.
All right. Well, after seeing what Korgrin did today, I'm starting to get the feeling that maybe you guys just don't need me around here anymore.
We can protect ourselves.
I know.
We've grown up a lot since Openheath.
He just blew up a town.
Like, not on purpose.
I know, but that's what we're dealing with now.
Yeah, well, pay attention to what was destroying this town. And that got blown up. That was destroyed. We're not as weak as you think.
I never thought you were weak.
And we're
I
just
just
going
thought
to get more
everything else.
powerful.
I just thought everything else was very strong.
Well, we just destroyed a destroyer of worlds. And if we can take on that, hopefully we can
Take on anything.
with any luck. And hopefully we don't have to lose anyone on the way. But we'll see. Because without Korgrin, we would have lost at least one party member this past Dagon.
I don't think Jack can hear you.
I don't think he can either.
Sorry, lagged out there.
No, it's fine. What did you hear up to?
The Destroyer of Worlds.
Oh shit! What did I say? So I said that. I actually can't remember what I said.
Without Korgrin, there would have been one more person lost.
At least one.
Yeah. I can't remember anything else.
Yeah. So like we
I
are
think that was it.
And yeah, if it wasn't for, like, we'll probably lose at least one more of it, like lose party members, because without Korgrin today we would have lost at least one, if not more. But that is a result of war. And unfortunately, it seems like war has become our life.
Not yet.
No, not yet.
Not yet.
But very soon. We are unintentionally amassing an army. And when you amass an army is meant for war. Let's just hope the evil that
You
is...
still have to make that decision, though. You still have to choose to use that.
Choose to end the world or fight to keep it going. It's a bit of a non-decision, really, isn't it? Even for one who appears as heartless as I am.
You're not heartless.
I'm not. But I am very good at showing that I am.
You know you saved me in those caves, right?
I do.
My mind was about to be consumed. You brought me out of it.
Yeah, I know. Like, we'll always have that connection that got made in the caves. And you know that. And I am still sorry that I don't reciprocate the feelings that you seem to have for me. But we
Fine.
will always have that. We'll have that.
Well, it's absolutely fine, Arrabella. I need to be more in control of my own feelings. And frankly, it wouldn't work between us.
Nah, I don't think it would either.
But, that being said, in some weird way, I do love you.
I love you too, man.
Let me know what you guys are doing. I'm gonna go help some dead people, I guess, or dying.
Okay. I'll try and keep you posted.
Speak to you later. He walks away. And that's where we'll end tonight's session.